yourself.
Hey, Not Telling. Thanks for starting the show early.
Prepare yourself.
For everyone. Everyone benefits when you get here early.
Prepare yourself.
I just didn't have my coffee yet. Oh, I just remembered something. I dropped a grape. I gotta go get it. I'll be right back. Here's my video.
It's Josh G.
Weird.
Good afternoon, hell.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Steve.
It starts with an F.
Hello, Trendies! Trendy Day reporting in live from Orlando, Florida. Home of Trendy Dabbers and all things trendy, where you find me and you in the hashtag Trendies on all forms, social media, especially Rumble. Nave's Garden on Rumble. Okay. That gets me ready for a show. Okay, man, we're all heated up and ready. Hope you guys are doing good. And, yeah, I guess I could take that down. There we go. Okay, oh, man. So it's bottom of the hour. We could smoke. I did a dab yesterday in the bucket with the torch, and it was so good compared to what I'm getting with the e-nail. I really like the torched hit, man. It's really, really good. I might just do another torch hit because it seems to just work really good for me. I'm really happy with that. Steve, Jeff, Josh G, Not Telling. Hello. Hope you guys are doing great today. I'll get a dab ready to go here. And we'll be up and running. Yeah. That'll be good. My torch is right here. Torch this thing up.
Steven running. Doing good, got overcast skies real cool.
Yeah, we got him over here. All right, let's see. 6:30, so we'll do 7. We could do like 8 minutes in probably and be fine. Minute and a half cooldown. I'm just gonna remove your message, dude. You know, try saying hello. Dumbass. Maybe try that. Poof, you're gone. I just love these fucking cunts that come in and drop links, you know? Like we give a fuck. A little bit of drama going on with Graham Elwood and Jimmy Dore all over my Twitter. You follow me there, you can be all up on that. It's really interesting. Okay, I think we're good. No law regarding cannabis. Everybody cheers. Let's fill this thing up with a nice white smoky time. That's a hit. Way stronger than the Eno. So buttery. And oily.
It's Josh G. Tasty.
Sweating. Yeah.
It's Josh G. Damn got you, didn't it?
Now I know why Pinoy blows that shit out instantly. Fuck that. Oh man. Jack B. Bosma. Jack B. Bosma, I don't know what you're trying to say. You need an NG course created. I don't know what that means. Tell me what NG is.
Steven running. End stuff.
Very potent. Jack B. Bosma, tell me what NG is. Oh, not telling you have to log out of your Rumble account, probably. You have to go to your account and click log out. Maybe. I'm assuming. I don't know. So I guess Jack B. Bosma is not going to answer me. I don't know what an NG course is. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're not being very helpful. You've said a lot, but you're talking a lot and saying nothing. I need, to just use a few words and tell me what you're asking me. I don't know. I don't even know if you're asking me something. She won't answer my questions, so how am I supposed to be of any assistance if you're going to play this whole charade with me? All right, this is y'all's show, man. Title says live. Anything goes show. Bring your best or your worst. I am prepared.
Hi. My nose test positive for being pregnant yesterday.
What's up, buddy? Guys don't want to talk about anything specific, huh? Why so late? I had some stuff I was doing. Beautiful day here in Delaware. Hope everyone is doing well. Delaware. I hope you're not getting hit by Lee in Delaware. Free by the sea. Be safe out there. You guys want to discuss anything? Anything. You guys heard about Graham Elwood and Jimmy Dore? That was a pretty big deal on Twitter. It's blowing up all over Twitter this morning. You go to my Nays Garden on Twitter, you'll see it.
Graham Steven running. I am Elwood.
Graham put up an upload on YouTube. And, well, he just... Yeah, Rick Currents, I know, so just be safe. I love the way they report this America Insider. It's got to be a right-wing leaning publication, because it says Florida Surgeon General sends warning over new COVID-19 booster. That's the title. Not, psychotic Dr. Lobotomy puts more misinformation out there to make sure that more Floridians
Justin
die.
Jefferson.
Not that.
Anything goes.
Justin, what's up?
Do you think that someone who is having sex with a toy is considered / classified as cheating?
It's a great question. I guess it would depend on the complexity of the toy. I think you're in a gray area there. And, someone has a real doll and they're calling her Shirley and taking her out to dinner and then banging her next to his wife. That might be questionable. That's that gray area. What do you think?
Justin Jefferson. No. FK no. You can't pleasure yourself. Justin Jefferson. Alright, Nay wins there. Billy Bong Thornton.
I mean, yeah.
Ha ha ha.
You gonna pleasure yourself with a sex bot and and take it around with you?
It's been a while since I seen you last. How have you been doing?
I don't know what to call you. Because it looks like
Bob
it says...
Cool Guy 69.
I'm going to try to read your...
Yo.
Hey, Bob. Bob
Cool Guy 69. Can you help me on a quest?
Bob? What's your quest, Bob? Bob.
Billy Bong Thornton. Are you banging one of those blow-up dolls? Ha 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 ha. Justin Jefferson. I think if I wanna asphyxiate myself with a belt while running the mofo out, then it's not cheating. Bob Cool Guy 69. My friend said he lost his virginity and I'm helping him find it. The freaking Oracle. Balls across the chin.
That's going to be a fruitless quest, I believe. I don't think you'll be able to yield what you seek, Sir Galahad. Balls across the chin. Yo, what's up, freaking Oracle?
Charmed One Gaming.
Charmed One. Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Justin Jefferson.
I'll try to remember that.
I wish
Charmed
someone
One
would help me find my virginity as well. Bob Cool Guy 69. Why, he said it's in your mom's junk drawer. It's Amy Lou / Charmed One.
Oh, goodness gracious. I don't think he's going to be getting his virginity back. That's all I'm saying. This hypocrisy hasn't set well with many Americans.
You do remember me, don't you?
I'm leaving a... I don't know. Charmed One? Yeah.
Bob Cool Guy 69. I start school on the 18th. Bob Cool Guy 69. Sad. Billy Bong Thornton. Sup with the weird name fonts charmed person.
I'm reading this article. It's very slanted. It's from a right-wing publication. It's interesting to read stuff that's basically, in my opinion, it's propaganda.
Justin Jefferson.
And
Nay bangs 20-year-old models.
Misinformation. There's no one on the cake.
I changed it for my gaming channel.
I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say to you? Because you're saying dumb shit.
Give it back or the IRS will raid
you
your
want
house.
you want me to answer to your dumb fucking suggestions in my chat?
Amy Marie /
Why
Amy
would I?
Holloway.
Why would I stoop to your fucking cunt level? Oh, Amy Marie Holloway, I remember you. I remember you. Right on. Now I know. Thank you.
COD. Bob Cool Guy 69. Check out my TikTok, Bob Cool Guy 4. Billy Bong Thornton. What's your gaming
Mommy
channel?
pays
I'll
for
check it out.
everything. I like that. I like that you said that about me. Mommy pays for everything while you sit around and smoke dabs in her house like a teenager. Does mommy pay for your sex change as well? Bro, why are you so fixated on transsexuals?
Bob Cool Guy 69.
It's like you're projecting.
Cock.
Maybe
I
since
want you to say you remember me, nay.
you espouse so much hatred towards the trans community, maybe you might actually have some feelings around that you should probably go talk to a professional about.
Justin Jefferson. Dang, where this dude writing all this at?
He's on fucking Rumble, dude. Why don't you have
God
both?
damn it,
You
Nick,
should
you're
have
giving me
Rumble
flashbacks of the good old
and
days on
YouTube open, bro. You should have it all. And you could even have the
Bob
kick
Cool
open
Guy
too.
69.
Hey, try log in.
Penis. Penis.
Try log in.
Penis. 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 Bob Cool Guy 69. I'm on Twitch. Bro, sound like you jealous. Billy Bong Thornton. Charmed you have no subscribers and no videos on your channel. I call bull.
God, dude, you're so fucking stupid. You're not making any sense at all. I mean...
Justin Jefferson. I'm on my phone. Can't do multi-screens, bro. Bob Cool Guy 69.
You're just so fucking hyperbolic and childish.
Daddy. Harder. Trans bois are also hot.
You guys should all come to the Rumble, man. Everybody should hang out on the Rumble. You guys want a link? We can do so much more over there. You know, we could watch movies and listen to any music or
Yes,
whatever.
I haven't finished it.
I don't think Rumble's copyright striking yet.
Billy Bong Thornton. Let's get ready to rumble. Bob Cool Guy 69. I only got Twitch Sugar Daddy.
Well, you should come to Rumble. There's a link. Come to Rumble. Everyone should have a Rumble account. I mean, you're hearing so much about it.
Justin Jefferson.
Why aren't you there?
Bill, move over to Rumble.
Cool, Justin. I'll see you in a second.
Kevin Monaco. Hi.
Capper, you should come to Rumble too. What's up, everybody? Hey, Capper.
Bob Cool Guy 69. Okay, Sugar Daddy. Billy Bong Thornton. Downloading and heading over. Facebook is Charmed One Gaming and I do have videos on there. I'm also in process of making a Twitch one as well.
Okay, Amy Marie
Steven
Holloway.
running. Going.
Okay, Steve, we'll see you on the Rumble. We got 2 people on Kick. I'm just reading this article, this right-wing article about Dr. Lobotomy here in Florida. It's written at a massive slant. I could explain it to you how they phrase everything and try to make it fit their narrative. But I see both sides of it. I see the big pharma side. I see the politician side. I see the fucking different podcasters. What everybody says, man. I understand where everybody's coming from.
I'm going through a very toxic and abusive relationship and it's holding up my process. Kevin Monaco.
I'm sorry.
Bill, did you?
Amy Marie Holloway. I'm sorry that's happening
announced.
to you.
He's ruining. Kevin Monaco. He was in DC, AST Mog J. Kevin Monaco. HT.
So I think I understand why you have the whole trans issues things now, bro. It goes right back to your mom. That's interesting. And you literally just, in trying to troll me, you've just exposed yourself for what you are with your choice of attacks. It's quite telling. Deep thinking emoji. Okay, back to this right-wing article I'm reading. It's horrific to read this stuff. It's from a publication called America Insider.
Bob Cool Guy 69. Play 4 Big Guys by Digbar.
I've never heard of that band. Yeah, okay, I agree with one thing they said in here so far, which is valid because it's a big point. Okay, and I'm going to read you this one point that I agree with.
Play it, it's a ban.
More Americans are also paying attention to the financial incentives and excessive profits of pharmaceutical corporations with monopolies on the COVID vaccine. That sentence says more Americans are also paying attention to. Yeah, it's true. Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
Kevin Monaco.
I call Big Pharma big poison.
I want to see Trump's 2024 farm bill. That's what I'm interested in.
His farm bill?
Bob Cool Guy 69. Please play the song.
That's very nice. Do you want to hear a song? Okay, I'll play you a song. How's that? So I like music. I like a little music. It's available at trendyasdabbers.com at the very bottom of the screen.
Thoughtful Guy 69. No play 4 Big Guys by Dig Bar.
No, I'm going to play the Ox Project. This is what I'm going to play. But thanks for the suggestion. I did feel like listening to something. All right, let's stop. All right, let's just stop it right there for a second. So, I went to 2 paragraphs ahead of what I just read, and I am just completely... I mean, I understand exactly what they're saying, how they're saying it, and why they're saying it this way. So just listen to this. Listen to this paragraph. It's two sentences. Listen to this paragraph. Despite 4 doses of his company's vaccine, the quadruple-vaxxed Pfizer CEO still tested positive for COVID last year in August 2022. Bourla stated that he was thankful to have received 4 doses of the vaccine at the time. That is a right-wing talking point. And yeah, at the beginning of this whole thing, they were claiming that it would prevent you from catching it. Turns out that was a lie. And we all know it was. But you know what's not a lie? Is that when you do have the... you tend to not get as sick as people who don't when you finally do go and get fucking COVID. And by repeating this sentiment in this article, all they're doing is they're basically brainwashing people to think that vax bad. Vax bad. You know? So when you see that sentence, you're totally going to agree with it. It totally fits almost everybody who watches me. When you guys read that sentence, that's going to fit y'all's narratives, most of you. And if it doesn't, and I'll read just the first half of it, okay? Just the first half of this sentence, and tell me how you feel in the chat when I read this sentence to you. Despite 4 doses of his company's vaccine, the quadruple-vaxxed Pfizer CEO still tested positive for COVID last year in August of 2022. How do you feel about that sentence? Let me know in the chat. He got 4 vaccinations, and he still contracted COVID. How does that make you guys feel? I don't want to tell you how you're supposed to feel about that. I want to hear from you guys. You know, because in my mind, I'm assuming how I would think that you guys would respond to the most part for that. And you know, I don't want to tell you what I would think. You say it's a straw man. This whole article, bro, Steve, the whole article's a straw man. You nailed that. Absolutely. The whole article's a straw man. The guy who'd been vaxxed 4 times got COVID. How does that make you feel? And still got it. I'd feel lied to. Of course you would, Billy. You kind of do. And that's what I was expecting to hear from some of you, what Billy Bong Thornton just said. Prairie Kid, hello. The vax isn't as effective as it's sold to be. Prairie Kid, exactly how I would expect you to feel. Almost all of you. And I'm going to tell you that I don't feel like you guys feel. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay? I had a feeling that some of you were going to... Are they using this to track humans? No. No. Trust me when I tell you this, Kepper. They're not. There've been like, I looked it up. There've been like 5.5 billion human beings vaxxed on the planet. Talk about a sample size, huh? How's 5.5 billion test subjects? Oh, good morning, Prairie Kid. I'm so glad you're here. We're having a really good, lively discussion here. Never got the annual flu shots here. Okay, Deer Slayer, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. You guys are all welcome to do what you want to do, and I'm going to do what I do, and that's fine. When I said my nose tested positive for being pregnant, my kid's father bought it instead of going to the hotel like he was told to do. Charmed one, I still don't understand what you're saying, Robert. Well, I had none, went all over the country during lockdown trying to get it from others that got the C word, still did not get it. Robert tried to contract COVID. He's like, I tried to get it, and I couldn't catch it. Bro, you might have natural immunity to COVID, bro, and you should probably be captured. Okay, taken to a laboratory somewhere far, far away, dissected, and then we should figure out why. Right, Robert? Would you offer yourself up as a test subject for the whole world, man? You are ground zero, dude. You are patient number 0. You are the one. You're Neo, bro. You could totally be COVID resistant, man. Pay my family, I will. Well, this is my advice to you, Robert. Don't push it. Don't push your luck. Don't keep trying to prove it over and over again. Don't go to the COVID wards, and start hanging out and shaking hands with folks. That's what I was meaning when I said my nose. Okay, I still don't understand. Charmone just says the word COVID. You said going to a hotel. I don't understand. Open him up like a frog. Capture him! Billy Bongthorpe. Seize him! Sacrifice for the greater good. I haven't been sick in 3 years. Work in construction around many people all day, in and out of supplies. Meeting with clients, no vax, and no mask. That's good, Prairie Kid. That's good. Yo, Yusuf Basha. What's up, brother? Yo. Yo. We's chillin'. Well, but this is what I was going to tell you guys about that. Around this whole sentiment here. So, they lied to us. They said that if you got a vaccine, you wouldn't get COVID. No, the whole bunch of fucking people lied to us about that. Another thing they told us was if you got the vaccine and you did get COVID, you wouldn't get as sick as people who got it. And they had scientific evidence to back that up, of course. Right? You guys know that. It's okay for one of those things to be true and one of those things to be false. It's okay. I want you guys to know that. That's how I feel. Because if 5.5 billion people have received this vaccine and you can't even produce, 100,000 bodies for me from the 5.5 billion, just from the, well, then I don't feel so worried about myself, and I'd like to have a reduced response to COVID if I were to ever catch it. Now, when I say to you, if I were to ever catch it, that might have sound shocking to some of you because maybe every single person watching this show right now has contracted COVID at one point or another. But I would ask you all this. Have any of you not caught COVID yet? Besides myself. If you have not caught COVID, so it's me, it's Robert, and it's Prairie Kid. There's 3 of us, right? Anybody else that's not caught COVID since it's come out? My mother caught it. So it's not my genes, you know. I'm sure I could catch it. I'm pretty sure I could catch it. Not Telling has not had COVID. Kepper says he almost died from COVID. That's terrible, Kepper. Were you in the hospital? Josh G says he had it. Was back in 2020, and since he's been fine. Have not. Wife did. She works as a nurse. Had 3 shots. How sick did your wife get, Robert, when she got COVID on the 3 vaxes? How sick did she get? My heart stopped 4 minutes, Kepper said. 2 weeks? Were you in a hospital for 2 weeks, Kepper? And your heart stopped for 4 minutes on COVID? On why I'm against fucking with unborn DNA, I was 100% behind over 65. What are we, GMO fortified? I know that's sci-fi, but we don't know long-term effects. Yeah, that's fair enough. Honestly, we could have had it at one point, never had symptoms. At all? No symptoms at all? I tested positive for COVID. The test looks like a pregnancy test with the 2-line positive. Prairie Kid. That Dr. John Campbell on YouTube said, you're fine. Billy Bong Thornton, yeah, that guy John Campbell, he's a quack. You can't believe anything that Dr. John Campbell ever says, okay? Billy Bong Thornton, that's the guy that Jimmy Dore has on all the time. Trust me, the guy's a total quack, and he gets debunked all the time from that woman, Dr. Susan Oliver, Back to the Science, on YouTube. We watch her all the time on here, bro. It's like you're not paying attention again. What's up? What about the flu disappearing for over a year? It hasn't disappeared. I have not. Deer Slayer. And that's actually a little true. My kid's father, he had gotten the shot. I haven't, and I'm still sick, and my body is sore. I'm coughing nonstop. I feel like I've been hit by an 18-wheeler. I'm in sun all day and take about 5,000 units of vitamin D per day. My kid's father, who has had the shot 3 days and he's better. No symptoms at all. People have had it and have none. He's a nut job. Prairie Kid, I can't tell you how many people have died with COVID that refused to get vaccinated, that were taking vitamin D, ivermectin. They were doing there's another thing. I can't remember what hydrochloroquine, right? All kinds of shit. They're all over social media. They're called the COVIDiots. You can go check that out. That vitamin D didn't do dick for those people. I just want you to know. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's helping or not helping you, Prairie Kid. I'm just saying there's a lot of other people who've been taking vitamin D and all that shit, and they fucking died. And it's all over their social media. And there's a lot of people out there who've gone ahead and promoted that stuff. You can go to a website called, I think it's covidiots.com or something. And it's just story after story after story after. And there's videos of these people, and it goes to their social media accounts, and there's all kinds of people that back it up, and there's news stories, and they had audiences, and some of them had huge followings, bro. So you could try to say it's all fake or whatever, but I just recommend you look into it, because I've been exposed to it because I checked out, I watched this guy's name's Dusty Smith, Cult of Dusty. He's on YouTube as well, and he does a segment on his show once a week called The COVIDiots. He covers that shit. Bro, are you telling me that I could have had COVID and just not know it? Are you telling me 0 symptoms? Quercetin seems to be effective. And I gotta tell you, hey bro, my mom gives me these vitamins. She's got these things, I don't even know what's in them. There's 4 multivitamin gummy bears. I chew them up every morning. And I guess there's like magnesium and fucking, vitamin C. One of them's a vitamin C one. And she told me what they all are, but I don't listen. I just, I don't hear it. Just whatever you want me to do, I don't care. But I'm taking this goddamn thing. It's going to make me go demented like my father. That the omeprazole, omeprazole. That shit causes dementia, they're saying now. And I take one every day. You conceived it the 9th or 10th? I take with DZ. Okay, charmed one. And most likely they would have survived if they would have gotten the shot because it had a lot to do with your DNA on how it affects you. Charmed one. Yes, I am telling you that. Charmed one. My mother has tested positive for it back around Christmas and she had no symptoms for it at all. I never left my house. They would take everything but the shot. Pedialyte helped me a lot during the virus. Josh G, 100%. Billy, what's up, buddy? I'm unsure if I've caught it. Nobody can be sure because some humans are asymptomatic. Nobody has a clue. So I could have had COVID and not know, and I wouldn't even know it. That's fucking. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. I could be walking around with COVID antibodies and not even realize that. I heard I read on something I was researching on the internet through Google that about 75% of humans on the planet have contracted COVID. That means 25% haven't. And now that we're having this discussion, I don't know on which side of that I'm on. Has anybody had COVID with mild symptoms? Yeah, one person said mild symptoms for one day. Somebody had mild symptoms for one day. My mother's tested positive for back around Christmas. She had no symptoms at all, so she had no idea until they tested her. Which COVID? There's more than one COVID. Atomic Ray. Yeah, he's right. The A symptoms, whatever, will most likely have no symptoms. I'm so glad we're all talking about this. I'm probably going to lose my YouTube channel over this. But I'm curious and I'm learning shit from a lot of people right now. So, and this will encourage me to go research it on my own. Or maybe talk to my doctor or whatever. How dare they silence us over this for so long? So I could have got it, but I've never been. Me and you both, Robert. Me and you both. I learned about the virus from the show, Kepper. Yeah, well, we've been talking about it since it broke out. The supposed breakout, right? Right? Dude, you guys heard that one? That there's evidence that it was in other places before the Wuhan initial breakout. Have you guys heard this? I bet all of you have. And I don't know the source for that information, man, but it's fucking crazy if you think about it. Good luck trying to research that on Google without having the goddamn feds come to your door, It was more like having allergies, says Charmed One. I think my mom suffers from long COVID. It's for half a day about 3 months ago. That was after sanding some woodwork for a couple of hours. Wore a mask that day. You masker! You masker! All right, let me read the next sentence of this article. No, not heard makes no sense unless a true bioweapon. I lost my taste and smell and was told I had it, flu, even though the influenza test came back negative in October of 2019. COVID, according to the media sources, first arrived in a Washington, D.C. health. According to the media sources. So if I could have a false negative for influenza, what's false negatives for COVID? See, I'm not an anti-masker. How very good. No, you're a masker. You want some masking tape for that mask, buddy? I have two friends, they say, have long term. You already know I never wore them either. I figured as much. I really cannot wait for the history books that focus mainly on runners. I cannot wait. What's said about the Trump era, COVID, etc. There's different strains, and the different strains are like what animals have it. Bats have it, certain other animals have it and conceived it. I don't really know how to put them big scientific words. Well, look, if it came from a bat, right, in Asia, right, if it came from a bat in Asia, don't bats fly? And if one bat had it, couldn't another bat have had it? And could that bat have flown somewhere on its wings while it's flying? I don't know. Could it have been that a whole colony was infected? A whole bat colony was infected and they just... you would think they'd stay local. Bats, I don't really think of them as migratory or running out too far away from their bat caves. They leave the bat cave. They probably go to the same place they always go to go eat mosquitoes at a certain time of night, and then they probably go right back to they get water probably, and they go back to the bat cave. Or maybe they get their water from mosquitoes. So you still got your taste and smell charmed one. Bats do not practice social distancing. Yeah, but how far is a bat going to travel? The mask has no effect on it whatsoever unless it's respiratory mask like what painters use. Yeah, that's not true, Charmed One. You don't understand science and masking. You just don't understand. It's not a... I don't even want to have that. Dude, we've had this conversation on this podcast so many times. I don't even want to pull it up again. But I'm going to pull it up again for you, Charmed One, since you obviously haven't seen this. This explains how masks do work, okay? It's from Thunderfoot. Check this out. It's just, I'm going to just show you the short little version of it, okay? Okay, hold on. Ben, what's that guy's name? Swan something. Yeah, Ben Swan. His name. Oh, two N's. Okay, this is the quickest way I can explain to you why masks work for a pandemic and slowing them down. Okay? And when you're slowing down a pandemic, that means people's lives are being saved. Less people are contracting it. Okay? Here, check this out. It's really simple. I mean, this isn't like... I'm not trying to say you're right or I'm right or whatever. What I want you to do is just listen to this little demonstration and you decide for yourselves, okay? That's all I'm saying.
That's not addressed in any of your studies. Boris here has been listening to real truthiness news and completely believes that masks don't stop the spread of a virus in a pandemic.
And this is what you need to know. The reality is, number one, wearing an N95 face mask does not prevent the spread of virus.
So when he gets the virus, he coughs out virus particles. Now, Bertie, on the other hand, understands that wearing a face mask will reduce the amount of virus that he coughs out, maybe by a factor of a third. So when Bertie
The
coughs,
bat fountain. You're also a little stoned, Charmed One.
of the virus, thereby reducing
Batshit
the
crazy,
spread of
Josh
the
G.
virus by a factor of 3, which is not far off what has been found on the effectiveness of using masks in a pandemic to reduce the spread rate. So let's see what we got. Proceedings of the Royal Society. A modelling framework to assess the likely effectiveness of face masks in combination with lockdown in managing the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's from some rinky-dinky little outfit called the University of Cambridge, maybe? I don't know. I'm sure they're a respectable outfit. I've never heard of them myself, but let's see what they've got to say, shall we? With the COVID-19 with an R0 of 2.2. So R0 is basically the spread rate. So when the R0 gets down to 1, the rate that people are losing the virus and the rate they're contracting it is the same. So when you get to an R0 lower than 1, you're winning.
Right on,
And
Atomic Ray.
The wild spread rate for COVID-19 is
Thank you,
probably
Charmed
2,
One.
3, that sort of thing.
Happy late 420.
And for scenarios where face masks were worn only after the onset of symptoms, the median R0 fell below 1 if at least 95% of the population wore face masks, with a similar efficiency to N95s. With a policy that all individuals must wear face masks all of the time, a median effective R0 or of below 1 could be reached, even with a face mask effectiveness of 50% with a R0 of 2.2, or face mask effectiveness of 75% with an R0 of 4. Too long didn't read version. It's expected that wearing a face mask will about halve the spread rate of the virus.
Set aside your preconceived notions. What does science say? What do the facts say about face masks?
But what if you don't feel sick? Why should you wear a mask then? Well, breaking news. Half the people who spread this virus don't feel sick. And if
there
on
you go.
average you're going to transmit the virus to 3 other people, all of which have a 3% chance of dying, that means by not wearing a mask, you have about a...
That 3% chance of dying is really, it's 2% now. That's changed because the virus literally is not as deadly as it was when this video was made. Okay, guys, just so you know. But it is deadly. It is deadly. It's just not as deadly as
10%.
These strains are not as killing as many people.
chance of...
But contractions are up, right? People getting COVID. It's spiking right now in Florida to close to pandemic levels of 2020.
killing someone. It's literally like saying that you don't want to wash your hands.
That's
because you think
hospitalizations.
It's unhealthy. So why should you be forced to wash your hands by the government when you're about to prepare food for other people?
Acquired.
In more gun-sent terms,
Prairie Kid, I don't know who that is.
would you argue that you should have the right to just open the window and randomly fire bullets at it?
So basically, that's why masks help slow down a pandemic. It's not that, you know, an N95 is going to stop every germ that passes through it. It's not. It slows down the amount of contractions person to person. That's what masks do. And you have to realize that's the action that's happening. It's not the full stoppage of something going through the mask. It's the slowing down from person to person of me being able to get, you know, to breathe in your exhalation, you know? It's very simple. And I just think that Thunderfoot does an excellent job of demonstrating that, with that little, just a little cartoon there. So, but you have seen the demonstration. You saw where the study came from, and you saw when that study was produced. You guys can make up your own minds and decide for yourselves. That's all. All I can do is just show you what I've seen, what I've been exposed to. The flu's deadly. What's the point? Just my kid's father herself didn't, because he felt better, but I told him just because he feels better doesn't. I mean, Atomic Ray, when you have the flu, are you out running around? When you have the flu, are you able to go out and chill and hang out? I mean, is there anybody that gets the flu that just has no symptoms? Because every time I've had the flu, dude, I'm in fucking bed and I'm not out. I'm not going grocery shopping. I'm not going out to social events. I'm not going to the movie theater. Not with the fucking flu. Not with a fever. Not if I'm sweating. Hot sweat, cold sweat, whatever. So, I don't know. Maybe you have a lighter flu than me, but what you're saying doesn't even make sense. I mean, when someone has the flu, do you go running off to go hang out with them and go hang out next to their bedside so you can breathe in the flu virus? Or do you social distance from people who have the flu? Or do you social distance yourself when you have the flu because if you gave that to someone who was elderly or to a little baby, they could die, right? Charmed One, I agree. It does help slow the spreading. Oh, Charmed One, there you go. Even though you're stoned. Ooh, I almost grabbed this from the wrong side. No law regarding cannabis, everybody. Cheers. Everybody smiles. Everyone smiles. Let's all smile and disagree. Cheers. But let's agree to smile. I don't understand what you meant by that, Ray. Well, that's against medical knowledge that the flu is not deadly. But COVID is when you got people saying like flu isn't deadly. No, flu can turn into pneumonia, bro. Are you kidding me? You said, people saying like flu isn't deadly. Death comes with many. So you're getting the flu, that's important, but somebody else getting the flu is not important because they cannot exercise. God, you can do better than this. Let's have some points. What? How did we start talking about exercise? He thinks that just because he feels better, then it's gone. He can't spread it to anyone, but that's not the case. Until you get a negative on COVID, still can spread the virus. Charmed One. I do. I work in healthcare today. Should I stay out of this? This isn't me, right? I shouldn't be in this conversation. You guys are talking amongst yourselves, and I'm okay with that. Right? I don't understand why you're talking about exercising and shit, but I'm out of Kafef. I'm sad. I'm out of Kafef. I'm sad. I'm very sad. I'm very sad. I'm looking for my bong. I haven't finished this article yet. Dude, there's a fake comment here. I can't believe they even say this. The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis. Really? The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis? Is that science right there? You know, of scientific studies conducted and published on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illness, including COVID-19, show there is no evidence that masks make any difference. Bro, Cambridge disagrees with you. That study was done in 2020. What studies are you referring to in your quote with no source? It's psychotic. There's absolutely, it just says lobotomy previously criticized the use of COVID-19 masks and potential lockdowns. The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted and published on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illness, including COVID-19, show there is no evidence that masks make any difference. What kind of reporting is this, dude? You literally just saw the Cambridge study demonstrated for you by a scientist that understands it. Nonetheless, former White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci still recently claimed without evidence that masks make a difference on the individual level. This is Fauci's unscientific personal opinion, which contradicts the evidence. Can you believe this? So whoever wrote this article has obviously chosen a side, and they're just completely it's like Steve said before, that it's all straw man. Fauci acknowledged that the Cochrane study concluded that masks had no impact of reducing the spread of respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19. Okay, so it's the Cochrane study. That's the study.
Brett Stevens in the Times talked about Cochrane. Put that on the screen. The most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illness, including COVID-19, was published last month. Its conclusions, said Tom Jefferson, the Oxford epidemiologist who is the lead author, were unambiguous. There is just no evidence that masks, make any difference, he told the journalist Mayan Damasi, full stop. But wait, hold on. What about the N95 masks as opposed to the lower quality surgical or cloth masks? Makes no difference. None of it, he said. Well, what about the studies that initially persuaded policymakers to impose masks?
Dude, I could probably go into this and debunk it, but I have a feeling that this has already been addressed by Debunk the Funk and Dr. Susan Oliver. And we should probably see if it has been. And if they have addressed this, we should watch them, so that way you get it from an actual scientist and not from me. Because this is important, because the way they're phrasing this is the most comprehensive study of all the studies of blah, blah, blah. And that's literally, now we've got the source, which was, I think, the New York Times. So it said it right there. Yeah, the New York Times, but, I digress. The New York Times has also posted that the Pentagon had evidence that aliens were visiting us. So that's just a sample of the New York Times. So that article that we're reading from this bullshit site was just quoting the New York Times bullshit. So we can credit the New York Times for the bullshit. But I digress once again. Let's see if they've covered this. I have a feeling. The most comprehensive study of all time. This should be really interesting. Okay, no. 2 weeks ago. She might not cover it. Maybe I should just type in masks on her channel and see if it comes up. Okay, so there's 2 of them. This one was tongue-in-cheek, she did. All right. You wanted to know from Dr. John Campbell?
Oh, mask here. It matches. It's upside down. So as you know, John, this is how you wear a mask. Right?
Cool.
This is how, I don't know, 20% of people wear their mask.
You know, that annoys the heck out of me.
Yeah, it gets worse.
I want to say, just don't bother. In fact, sometimes I would say don't bother. You know, just do it properly or don't bother.
But at least the people who are doing that, they're probably just maybe genuinely ignorant. You then get people doing this. Now that is not doing anything, right? Or this, and those people are, and you just see it all the time. Those people are just having a laugh. They're basically doing it because there's a fine if you get caught. It's basically if the police come on the bus, pull up the mask.
Here it is. Here it is from the beginning.
It's upside down. So as you know, John, this is how you wear a mask. Right?
Cool.
This is how, I don't know, 20% of people wear their mask.
You know, that annoys the heck out of me.
Yeah, it gets worse.
Right on, Wolfie.
Don't bother.
Wolfie doesn't want to wear other people's masks. Bro,
just do it properly or don't.
You should never wear somebody else's mask. Ever. My videos are hard to catch live. Well, you caught me, baby. Here we go. We're live. We got Billy. You want to punch that White House doctor in the face? White House doctor? What? Oh, White House Dr. Fauci. Yeah. Everyone does. I agree. To use their judgment. You got to check out Zero hoodies, functional hoodies for smokers, hidden pockets, odor neutralizer, etc. The hood strings even have alligator clips. With built-in roach clips. Get our hoodie today. Roachwear. Those up, I said no, not unless you pay me biohazard rates. I will help keep from spreading it. A thong will help you if worn correctly. I wore a hunting mask the whole pandemic. It was bullshit. I almost got arrested 3 times because it wasn't N95. But if you can prove to a cop a t-shirt's safer, you win. All right, here, check this out. This is tongue-in-cheek.
Hello, and welcome to Back to the Science. I'm Dr. Susan Oliver, and I'm a scientist, and back there is Cindy Oliver, and she's a doc. There's been a lot of mask debating going on since the start of the pandemic, which makes sense because it has provided a lot of extra opportunities for it. The problem is, though, that there are a lot of people doing it wrong, which means it may not be as satisfying for them as it could be. So why am I talking about mask debating now when it's been going on throughout the pandemic? Well, basically it's increased recently because a new study has just been published. So let's have a look at the study and then we'll discuss some of the things that mask debaters are doing wrong.
Okay, now this is 9 months ago, so I'm not thinking this is the same study that we're hearing from now. But let's just see what she says about this study.
This is the study here. It's entitled Lifting Universal Masking in Schools, COVID-19 Incidents Among Students and Staff.
Okay, different study.
And what they did in this study is that they compared COVID rates amongst staff and students in school districts in the Greater Boston area that maintain masking requirements with school districts that remove them. So what did they find? This figure here shows COVID rates in schools before and after mask mandates were lifted. The dashed lines indicate the first, second and third school weeks during which school districts lifted masking requirements. So before the dashed lines, when everybody was masking, case rates were pretty similar. After the third dashed line, most school districts had lifted masking requirements, but the black line represents the 2 districts where mask mandates remained in place. And the lines in varying shades of blue represent the districts that removed mandates. As time goes by, you can see the case rates in the various districts spread out, with districts that kept masks on longer doing better than those that took them off, and districts that kept masks on the whole time doing best of all. You can see a simplified version of the...
She's being serious now, but yeah, the whole thing's tongue-in-cheek about masturbating. That's why she's all sexy and she's got her microphone right between her boobs. She doesn't normally do that. She's acting like a sex therapist. It's a whole joke thing, you know. You watch her all the time, you see she's not like this.
The data in this figure here, which shows the additional cumulative cases between districts that lifted masking and districts that sustained masking. The vertical dashed line is the first reporting week in which masking requirements were lifted in each school district. And the blue shading represents the 95% confidence interval for the data. Prior to the mask mandates lifting, you see very similar COVID rates in all districts with a bit of noise around the initial Omicron wave, which saw a huge number of people get infected. And then after the mandates are lifted, the number of extra cases in districts that lifted mask mandates becomes obvious very quickly. And by the end of 15 weeks, there is an additional 45 cases per.
So in that study of studies that they're talking about in the New York Times, that they're bragging about, in that hyperbolic fucking sense, the most thorough study of all study, or whatever they called it. Here, I'll go back. It says, the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies. Right? I wonder if they, when they did that, did they include this study? You know, I don't think they did.
1,000 people. Right now, you're probably thinking, hang on, how do we know that the differences between the COVID rates aren't just a result of other differences between the districts? Which is a fair question, and the authors did look at this. Whether or not mask mandates remained in place was up to the various school boards, so it was far from random. And therefore, it's possible that some of those things that led to a school board keeping masks in place would also lead to further COVID cases. That's how confounders work and how you can get false results in a study like this. And it turns out that districts that kept the masks on longer were different than those that took them off straight away. So let's have a look at how they were different. The districts that kept masks on longer had more low-income students, more Black and Latino students and teachers, and more students per classroom. These are all risk factors that are generally associated with an increased risk of COVID. So the confounding is actually the opposite of what you would expect to see if masking didn't work. The study authors also adjusted for other factors like vaccination rates, incidence of previous infection, community transmission of COVID, and school district sizes. And the benefits of masking remained even after the adjustments.
Benefits of masking.
Another possible confounder is testing rates. Districts that did remove masks could have compensated by doing extra testing, except we know that didn't happen. If anything, the schools that kept masks on were testing more than the schools that
So this is very good, and it goes on. This is only 5 minutes in, and it goes. That's only a third of the way in. It goes on for another 10 minutes. So, hey Bob, welcome back. This is what Bermuda sour diesel, beehive extracts, plushberry with true black with 100 pound hair. Play for big guys. Listen, I'm gonna look and see if Debunk the Funk has a video on it. I guess I should just type in masks on this one too. Yes, masks still work 6 months ago. Okay, here's one.
Hey, I'm Dr. Wilson.
Here's one from six months ago.
Welcome to another COVID debunking video. A couple weeks ago, I talked about a meta-analysis that claimed to show that vitamin D treats COVID, when really, it was just a garbage in, garbage out meta-analysis. And this week, I want to talk about another meta-analysis.
Hey, Billy Bong Thornton, are you still here? Whoever the person was that told me they were taking vitamin D, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Prairie Kid. I'm sorry, I can't remember. There you go, man. Did you hear what he just said about vitamin D?
Analysis released by the Cochrane Group. This study has been shared among anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers, claiming that masks don't actually work against COVID, and it's held up as proof. So this is an example of...
So this could very well be one of the studies that they grouped into the study that they said is the most comprehensive, the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted. I bet this one is one that they included in their fucking study.
Not a garbage in, garbage out meta-analysis, but I want to talk about the actual data surrounding masks and what the authors actually say that anti-maskers conveniently leave out of their message. So let's get started. So let's get right to the chase. This is the section of the Cochrane Review that anti-maskers always point out, which states that masks probably don't have any effect on community transmission of flu and respiratory diseases. However, the part that anti-maskers conveniently leave out is this part, where they say that the confidence of their findings are not great, essentially, and that more studies are needed in order to make a stronger conclusion and a better determination of what the data actually show. So how should we actually look at the data concerning mask wearing and preventing transmission of respiratory viruses? Well, again, we have to look at the quality of the studies. We have to look at the questions that the studies are able to answer, along with the questions that the studies attempt to ask, in order to determine whether or not the results they find are significant to whatever answer we're looking for. When it comes to masks, I see a lot of misunderstandings that prevent anti-maskers from doing this properly when they search the literature. What is the primary purpose of a mask? I think most people would say the primary purpose is to protect the person wearing it.
Wolfie says there's an article out there, he's got a link, that of when they're predicting the next pandemic is going to be. Got what I was going to say, Charnwin. Run. Okay, Prairie Kid. Oh, No's comment made me think of that song, Fantasy by Aldo Nova.
From infectious diseases. And that's not true. That is not the primary purpose of a mask. The primary purpose of a mask is source control.
Right?
Yes, it's true that when you're wearing a mask, you are offered some protection to yourself from respiratory viruses. However, that's not the main point. The main point is to prevent you from spewing fewer viral particles out of your face. And yes, you can shed viral particles while you're infected every time you cough, sneeze, or do normal things like talk or breathe. All of these things can shed viral particles, and depending on what stage of infection you're in, you might be shedding a lot of viral particles, or you might not be shedding as much. You could also be pre-symptomatic, meaning you have not developed symptoms yet, or you could be completely asymptomatic, meaning you won't develop symptoms at all, and still shed virus. This means that it can be important to wear a mask even when you're not feeling sick, and that's why masks were heavily mandated early on in the pandemic, when we didn't know where the virus was or how widespread it actually was in the community. We did not know who had it or who could be shedding it, and we didn't have vaccines or antivirals to reduce our risk once we did get infected. So how does a mask work as source control, and how can we test it with experiments and look for those experiments in the literature? Well, a mask works as source control by blocking the amount of virus that you actually shed out of your mouth and nose while you're infected. Assessing the efficacy of this in a community setting is difficult for multiple reasons. For example, there are several studies that take the approach of looking at healthcare workers and whether or not cloth masks, surgical masks, no mask, or N95s have any efficacy against them testing positive.
Dude, I don't want to keep you from doing what you're supposed to do today. I feel bad. I can tell by my numbers that I don't keep too many people from what they have to do, so it's cool. There's just a few of us here right now. But I'm glad that those of you that are here are here.
For SARS-CoV-2. These experiments are easy to set up since healthcare workers already know how to wear masks and are in settings where they might be exposed to SARS-CoV-2. And usually in hospital settings, the patients are masked as well. However, this setting is asking the question, how well does the mask protect the wearer? And it's not able to account for times that the healthcare worker was not wearing a mask. Obviously, the healthcare worker is going to take their mask off at some point when they go home or when they leave the hospital at some point. So did they get infected while they had their mask off? This same problem might apply to community settings. Was the person who got infected wearing a mask when they got infected? Were other people wearing a mask around them when they got infected? How did it happen? We don't.
You're welcome, Hoot Now.
These are just some of the confounding variables that you have to think about that illustrate just how complicated doing these experiments are. However, we have done these experiments, and the totality of the evidence in community mask-wearing observational studies, randomized controlled trials,
football,
what have you,
and
lean toward masks work. There are several community mask-wearing studies that show that masks reduce the amount of infections in the community. These have been published and are free to read for anybody. But what the Cochrane Review was pointing out was that the quality of this evidence is overall weak. We don't have a ton of well-designed studies that show a significant effect that masks work. We don't have a ton of well-designed quality studies in general. But scientists are clever, and we can do other experiments to test this question as well. We can directly measure how many viral particles are making it past the mask when a person is infected and they're doing normal things like breathing, coughing, sneezing, whatever. And we can compare that to without a mask or with an N95 mask and see what we get. And every time there has been an experiment like this published, it shows that masks block most viral particles from going past the mask and into the air. And that's really important.
Yeah.
SARS-CoV-2 can...
Exactly. Did you guys hear that? So cutting it down slows down the pandemic. It's not a bulletproof vest, but it helps slow it down. And by slowing it down, you save lives. That's what's up, man. You know? And then you got Jimmy Dore out there saying, oh, everybody's going to get it. Everybody's going to get it. You're all going to catch it eventually.
Spread in the community through the air. So imagine you're in a room
that
with
really
lots
helps.
of other people. And
I'm not saying I'm not going to get it. I'm just saying it really helps.
Those people may be shedding infectious virus. If they are, then the more time they spend in that room, coughing, breathing, sneezing, or just talking, the more viral particles they will shed, and the air will eventually get saturated with virus, enough to a point where if you breathe it in, then there's enough virus there for you to get infected. But if those people are wearing masks in that room, then it's going to take a lot longer for the air to get saturated with enough virus, because the amount of virus that they're spreading into the air is drastically reduced. If that room has some ventilation, then that time to that critical mass is really important, because while the virus is still getting up to that saturated level, the air will circulate and diffuse it around so that it never really builds up to that level where when you can breathe it in, you get infected. So right there is an example of mask wearing plus ventilation, leading to a drastically reduced risk of infection for everybody in the room. That is how masks work as source control. And we know that they work like this. There are several studies demonstrating it. It's just a lot harder to do a high quality study in a community setting. But again, the community setting data do all lean toward masks being effective. Despite this, I still see anti-maskers being anti-maskers and saying a lot of stupid things. For example, there's this that they always bring up. This is a little video of someone breathing in cold weather while wearing a mask and showing that their breath comes out the side and top of their mask. The particles that carry virus that come out of your face are droplets or aerosols. These are liquid particles. They are not gases. They behave like tiny liquid droplets. They will get caught in the mask. Masks are a really cheap and effective way to reduce the spread of respiratory illnesses. These are cheap, easy to use tools that can be used easily in combination with
that
other
right
tools
there. They didn't show someone next to that guy not wearing a mask and his breath going everywhere. You know?
Make all of the tools together really effective at reducing risk and saving lives. It's not hard, and it should be something that we can all get on board doing, especially now and in future pandemics, which might be worse than COVID. I really don't look forward to a day where a much deadlier respiratory...
A study's date doesn't really matter as long as it's peer-reviewed, it's been proven, and it's got a big enough sample size and a placebo group, you know, like a control group. You know, I wouldn't care what year a study was done. You know?
Virus is creating a new pandemic, and we still have these idiots saying that masks don't work. So let's just drop it now, okay? So we can be better prepared in the future, please. Well, there you have it. That's all I wanted to say this week. That's another short video.
So now what I wouldn't mind doing is going on Twitter and contacting both of them and asking them if they could address this new study, this most rigorous, you know, study, if they could just talk about that. Let's see if we can do this. We'll go to Twitter. I can contact both of them from there and just say at Debunk the Funk. He is Dr. Wilson. So I forgot his at. I can find his at. There it is. Debunk. Oh, underscore the funk. Okay, debunk the funk. And at. Is it going to be Dr. Susan Oliver, or it's going to be her channel, which is Back to the Science? Back. No, it's going to be Dr. Susan Oliver. That's it. 1. Okay. Could either or both of you please address this BS study? Thanks. I'm 2 characters over. Could either of you, that'll be fine. Now, hey, I can fucking add to it. Yes. Find it in the New York Times. Okay. I'll find the study. New York Times mask study. New York Times. February 21st. September 2021, 2022. Fauci is speaking out against that study, but where is the study? New York Times. Here's August 29th, 2023. How do we find a link to the actual study? Do they have a link to it? The study published by Cochrane Library. Here it is. I found it. Physical interventions to interrupt or reduce the spread of respiratory viruses. We search Central PubMed MBase trials registered on with backwards and forward citations in the new studies. Alright, let's just see. We're gonna send it to our Okay, cool. And we'll see if either of them decide to respond to me on Twitter and say they're going to cover that. Maybe one of them's already making a video about it. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like it's something that people need to be talking about. Hey now. Why can't I reply? What's up with that? That's weird. That was weird. Boom. Quasi-homo jokes. Is everything now off limits? God, dude, it's like, what the fuck, man? The guy can't even defend himself. What's going on with Graham and Jimmy Dore? Oh. We may have touched on that, but are you on X, Twitter? Yeah. It sounds like the old studies just remasked to look professional. Oh, nay, I'm going to end up being like you with these dense people. That's football. Tend to do me that way. Maybe might have to skip out on class this evening. The COVID virus can only live for so many minutes without a feeding host human. They cite 3 days as long as it remains 6 to 18 degrees of dips under it neutralized above sanitized virus. I'm surprised no one's talking about how Biden gave Ukraine nuclear arms. Charmant, you know I have my youngest. This one's during the beginning of our break and was advised people to stay home. This includes going to doctor for baby checkups. Democracy Now! To supply Ukraine with depleted uranium munitions. Yeah, I don't think depleted uranium munitions count as nuclear arms, do they? I thought nuclear arms were I don't know, shit that blew up. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's tomato potato, right? It doesn't even matter. It's like, still, whatever you call it, even if they are nuclear arms, yeah, we shouldn't be giving them to, they're going to have to be avoided. People are going to have to avoid the areas where they're spent. It's so stupid. It's like, just like landmines. What are they going to do? Clean it up? It's amazing. And Ukraine's going to use them too. Uranium munitions. But we'll make a 2-kilometer radius radiated to extend scuds. Wolfie, it's crazy. I want to look at this study. They searched Central, PubMed, Embase, Synahol, and 2 trials registers in October 2022 with backwards and forward citation analysis on the new studies. So I wonder how many studies they picked up. We included randomized controlled trials and cluster RCTs, randomized controlled trials, investigating physical interventions, screening and entry ports, isolation, quarantine, physical distancing, personal protection, hand hygiene, face masks, glasses, and gargling to prevent respiratory virus transmission. We use standard Cochrane methodology procedures. Main results. We included 11 new randomized controlled trials and cluster randomized controlled trials with a total of 610,872 participants in this update, bringing the total number of randomized controlled trials to 78. 6 of the new trials were conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, 2 from Mexico, and 1 each from Denmark, Bangladesh, England, and Norway. We identified 4 ongoing studies, of which 1 is completed but unreported, evaluating masks concurrent with the COVID-19 pandemic. Many studies were conducted during non-epidemic influenza periods. Several were conducted during the 2009 H1N1 influenza pandemic, and others in epidemic influenza seasons up to 2016. Therefore, many studies were conducted in the context of lower respiratory viral circulation and transmission compared to COVID-19. The included studies were conducted in heterogeneous settings, ranging from suburban schools to hospital wards in high-income countries, crowded inner-city settings in low-income countries, and an immigrant neighborhood in a high-income country. Adherence with interventions was low in many studies. Adherence with interventions. I don't know what that means. The risk of bias for the randomized controlled trials and cluster randomized controlled trials was mostly high or unclear. Do you hear that? A high chance of bias. It's right there. I mean, we're reading it ourselves, and it's saying these are biased tests, probably done by companies or, people that were being funded by politicians who were anti-mask or anti, restrictions, like anti-mandate people. And no, don't want to start another on that shit. I'm anti-mandate too, guys. Okay? But it says it right here. The risk of bias for the randomized controlled trials and cluster randomized controlled trials was mostly high or unclear. The risk of bias in all of these studies was mostly high or unclear. It's, that in itself, it negates the entire study. It negates the entire study. Now, why, when people are reporting on this, don't they go through like we just did and find that and say that and let people know that says that right there in the study? And we could keep going. We're still in the main results section. I haven't gotten past that point, but I want to include that on the tweet. Okay, still in the main results section. Medical surgical masks compared to no masks. We included 12 trials, 10 cluster RCTs. Those are what we just discussed. Those are random controlled trials, right? Randomized controlled trials, right? Comparing medical surgical masks versus no masks to prevent the spread of viral respiratory illness. 2 trials with healthcare workers and 10 in the community. So 2 trials right there with healthcare workers. So those are people who are constantly exposed to people who have COVID. Okay, cool. This says, and it just states this, it says wearing masks in the community probably makes little or no difference to the outcome of influenza-like illness, like ILI, COVID-19, like illness compared to not wearing masks. Risk ratio RR 0.95%. Confidence interval 84 to 0.109. 9 trials, 276,917 participants. Moderate certainty evidence. Wearing masks in the community probably makes little, it just said this, or no difference to the outcome, of laboratory confirmed influenza, SARS-CoV-2, compared to not wearing masks. RR 1.01, 95%, blah, blah, blah. 13,919 participants. Moderate certainty evidence. Harms were rarely measured and poorly reported. Very low certainty evidence. Once again, it says very low certainty evidence at the end of that statement. Then it goes on to respirators compared to medical surgical masks. And this says, we pooled trials comparing N95 P2 respirators with medical surgical masks, 4 in healthcare settings and 1 in a household setting. We are very uncertain on the effects of N95 P2 respirators compared with medical surgical masks on the outcome of clinical respiratory illness. Blah, 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 blah. It says all that, the percentages. It says 7,779 participants. Very low certainty evidence, whatever that means. It doesn't sound good for the study. Then it says N95 P2 respirators compared with medical surgical masks may be effective for ILI. 8,407 participants. Low certainty evidence. Evidence is limited by imprecision and heterogeneity for these subjective outcomes. I have no idea what it is I just said. The use of N95 P2 respirators compared to medical surgical masks probably makes little or no difference for the objective and more precise outcome of laboratory confirmed influenza infection. Once again, the numbers: 5 trials, 8,407 participants. Moderate certainty evidence. Restricting pooling to healthcare workers made no difference to the overall findings. Harms were poorly measured and reported, but discomfort wearing medical surgical masks or N95 P2 respirators was mentioned in several studies. Very low certainty evidence. One previously reported ongoing RCT, randomly controlled trial, has now been published and observed that medical surgical masks were non-inferior to N95 respirators in large study of 1,009 healthcare workers in 4 countries providing direct care to COVID-19 patients. Were non-inferior, so they seem to be working well as a respirator. The masks. That they're literally saying we found another study that goes against all this other shit. That's a study of 1,000 people. Healthcare workers. People that are exposed to it all the time. Have you tried Discord? I've got a Discord server. You also have a channel. Great. Speculative science done with little to no actual facts or evidence to back it up. It's like a white lie. Just don't, lol. Hand hygiene. Okay, so then it goes on to other things which I'm not really interested in. This was very interesting. And I wonder if there's anything like that they sum up at the end. Author's conclusions. The high risk of bias in the trials, variation in outcome measurement, and relatively low adherence with the interventions during the studies hampers drawing firm conclusions. Wow. Okay, there you go, guys. So this study is not as... It is worded to be the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies, says the high risk of bias in the trials, variation in outcome measurement, and relatively low adherence with the interventions during the studies hampers drawing firm conclusions. How is that a comprehensive, rigorous analysis of scientific studies? Well, maybe pick some of the good studies instead of ones that have all of this lack of confidence. You know, I don't know what else to say here. I just hope that they reply to all of this. I'm covering it first, man. I can't believe I'm covering this before I've seen anybody else cover this. And I really hope that they see this. I hope that they give me a like and they say something. Debunk the Funk has already responded, guys. Oh my God. Here's a video I made on the topic. Dude, he made a video on this already. Here's a video I made on the topic. Here's a statement released by the Cochrane Group about that study. Okay, so let's just let him tell us. Oh my God. Dude.
Hey, I'm Dr. Wilson. I'm up here.
What did I tell you guys about Twitter? I told you when you want to reach somebody, Twitter's the place to do it. Okay, let's see what he has to say. It's only a 10-minute video, and this went up. Oh, yes, masks still work. That's the video we just watched. That is so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God, we just watched your video that you linked me. That's so funny, man. So let's go straight to their report here. Statement on physical interventions to interrupt or reduce the spread of respiratory viruses review. Holy shit. The Cochrane Review, Physical Interventions to Interrupt or Reduce the Spread of Respiratory Viruses, was published in January 2023 and has been widely misinterpreted. Many commenters have claimed that a recently updated Cochrane review shows that masks don't work. Dude, let's read. My voice is going. Let's let this thing read it to us. I can't believe this. We are all over this, guys. Thank you. Shouts out to Debunk the Funk. Thank you, bro, for giving me this link so we can all check this out.
Cochrane.
She
30
said,
years of
she
evidence.
said Cochrane.
Trusted evidence. Informed decisions. Many commentators have claimed that a recently updated Cochrane review shows that masks don't work, which is an inaccurate and misleading interpretation. It would be accurate to say that the review examined whether interventions to promote mask wearing helped to slow the spread of respiratory viruses, and that the results were inconclusive. Given the limitations in the primary evidence, the review is not able to address the question of whether mask wearing itself reduces people's risk of contracting or spreading respiratory viruses.
Wow.
The review authors are clear on the limitations in the abstract, the high risk of bias in the trials, variation in outcome measurement,
We caught
and
that.
relatively low adherence with the interventions during the studies.
We
published
caught
during
that,
full
and I'm just some
conclusions.
guy.
Adherence
reading
in this context
science
refers to
studies.
the number of people who actually wore the provided
Look.
masks when encouraged to do so.
When you guys are, please, when you guys are presented with some kind of information and it really feels good to you, you know, it really feels good, like, you're like, I'm gonna go with that, yeah. At that point, go and just do what we did. If there's a link to a study, go find the study and just read through it. Now, as you saw, as I read through the study, there were words in there I didn't understand. But we got the gist of it, and we got to the point where it just blatantly tells you there's bias. There's a lot of bias. Oh, and there's studies that we found that actually they negate all the other stuff that we're trying to portray as the title of this, you know, the most rigorous. Oh boy. And we found another study that I don't think was included in this study.
So as part of the intervention, for example, in the most heavily weighted trial of interventions to promote community mask wearing, 42.3% of people in the intervention arm wore masks compared to 13.3% of those in the control arm. The original plain language summary for this review stated that we are uncertain whether wearing masks or N95/P2 respirators helps to slow the spread of respiratory viruses based on the studies we assessed. This wording was open to misinterpretation, for which we apologize. While scientific evidence is never immune to misinterpretation, we take responsibility for not making the wording clearer from the outset. We are engaging with the review authors with the aim of updating the plain language summary and abstract to make clear that the review looked at whether interventions
just beat the
to
wall
promote
down,
mask
Billy.
wearing helped to slow the spread of respiratory viruses.
Punch through.
Read the Cochrane Review.
All right, there it
Physical
is.
Interventions to
So, the very publisher who presented this study had to do a retraction. I've never seen that before. It might be a common thing. I don't know, but there it was, and it's a beautiful thing. And I'm gonna put that out there as well. It's great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson. Thanks again. Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm just going to tweet this out on my Twitter account so you guys can see it. Rigorous. My ass. Did I spell rigorous right? Rigorous. That looks right to me. I'm just going to go with that. Yes, I spelled it right. The most rigorous and comprehensive. New York Times. And when I read those words, I thought it was that other publisher that said that. My bad. I got that wrong. But we tracked it down to the New York Times, and it was the New York Times that was blah, 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 most rigorous. Right? And, even though it was the New York Times, this little guy right here, he decided, you know what, I'm just going to read it for myself. There's got to be some bias in there, man. It just didn't seem right to me because we've just seen the science of how masks work. It's very common, easy stuff. It's not about being able to stop every particle. It's about limiting particles, limiting breath between people. It kind of helps you social distance if you're not socially distancing, It cuts back. And that helps save lives. And that's it. Yeah, you could say it helps dwindle down the pandemic, and if everybody did it, that would be great. We could probably knock the shit out if everybody did it and everybody social distance, but we're not gonna. So, those of us who've got something to lose, we got to protect ourselves. Those of us who don't have 2 weeks to fucking lie in a bed writhing in pain, those of us who might have some kind of an illness that would possibly cause us death if we contracted it, or we had an elderly person living in the house with us that we could pass it along to, Welcome home, Mom. So, my mom's home. Everybody get in line. It's not an anything goes show anymore. Just doing my show.
Where's Michelle?
She's home.
You took her home? I thought she was going to stay until Sunday.
No, she home.
She all right?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
No problems?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to go change.
All right.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Right, Wolfie? This TV room with 32 patients with COVID with a mask so you can feed them dinner. When are you doing this? Nay, I would like to go with you. TV room with 32 patients with COVID. Atomic Ray, what are you talking about? Stop TikTokers from licking toilet bowls, etc. I'll let one of the COVID patients feed everybody. TikTokers are licking toilet seats. Gang gang. Roses. 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 Gang gang. Gang gang. I saw somebody put one of those up, dude, a little funny video about that shit. Oh my god, that shit was so funny. It's like 100 years from now, mankind will probably have flying cars. Gang gang, gang gang, roses. Socially distant. Ryan, no, Wolfie. I want to see if you have bias. A little cringe. What, me telling you that I wouldn't go into a room full of 32 people with COVID just to wear a mask to prove that the mask works so that I don't catch COVID, that if I don't, I have bias or something? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bias? It doesn't even make sense. I'm sure that in your mind what you said makes perfect sense, so maybe explain it to me so it'll make sense to me. Would you go and feed those people or not? If it was my job, yeah. If that's what I did for a living, if I was a healthcare worker, I'm sure healthcare workers do that. And I'm sure they, wear a mask and gloves and protect themselves. I mean, I would if I was that healthcare worker. But if that was my job, I would. I choose not to do that, man. I choose to be retired and not work because I don't like jobs. I don't like working. I like sitting on my ass. For the most part. Real life is what I'm talking about. We don't live in laboratories. Well, yeah, but I mean, I know, and it sucks. It sucks, man. I mean, I have the ability to sit here at home and kind of distance myself from people, and a lot of other people don't have that luxury. And I feel bad for them, You're telling me that I've got some kind of bias or something because this is the way the world works? I don't understand your point. How come you're coming down on me for the way shit is? And somehow this is my fault. Well, because I'm retired, I have job bias? Dude, does anybody not have job bias? Are you a fucking idiot? Do you see what you just said to me? Oh my God, Ray, you're not even listening to yourself right now. I mean, fuck your job, fuck your boss. Don't you wish you could retire? Don't you wish you could win the lottery and tell your boss to go fuck off? Do you know how many people hold that sentiment, dude? I mean, it might not be you. I mean, maybe you have a loving relationship with your employer or your employees. Me, I just assume not play into the system, bro, if I don't have to. Why do what society tells you if you don't want to? And you can get away with not doing it. Lol, you sit on your ass. Wow, you do so much work around the house. Yeah, I do a lot of work. I do work. Never blamed you, just calling you out on your bias. What do you mean bias? What am I biased against? You tell me I'm biased against people who've contracted COVID? I don't get it. I do not understand what you're trying to say. What's my bias? What am I biased against? Hey, Anthony Crabaro, thank you. Not going to cover the drywall damage. Maybe, Tom, I'll have a Rumble account. You just explain how it is. Don't live by those results. I still don't know what you mean by live by. What's my bias in this, bro? Let's go back to that. No. You said I got some bias somewhere, and I'm just trying to figure out what point you're trying to make here. This is just like some other person trying to, make some claims about me that didn't make any sense the other day. And I'm like, what do you mean? What am I being biased against? I'm just, let me know what you're talking about. What do you mean biased? Biased how? What, like the way I talk is biased? What, like the way I dress is biased? No, you said it. You said it. You know what you said. You said I was biased. I'm just saying. What do you mean biased? Oh, Anthony, he's a big boy. He knows what he said. You said it. You said I'm biased. Biased how? Biased how? Not making a claim, just want to know how much you know about healthcare. Dude, you literally just make this claim that I'm biased, which is a big deal, man, to say that to a podcaster that talks as truthfully about everything as I possibly can all the time. And while I'm sure I do hold some biases here and there, and we could probably prove that, I was just asking you what the fuck you were talking about, because you weren't making any sense. I gave you every opportunity to tell me what you're claiming. You're pointing out my bias, right? You're calling out my bias. That pissed me the fuck off when you said that. Oh, you're calling me out? I'm sitting here hosting a podcast for you so we can have a conversation, and you're calling me out because you disagree with me? I'm biased against what? What do you mean I'm biased? No, Atomic Ray's not a noob. He's not a noob. He knows what's up. That's why I'm having the conversation with him. Right? Right, Ray? You're not a noob. Ray's not a noob. He's been around the block a few times. Am I right, Ray? Ray, am I right, Ray? Let him know, Ray. Tell him who we are. Tell him who we are, Ray. Like you don't know who we are. Tell him who we are. Token Tony's, he's like, really, Ray? If you knew what was up, why is he not explaining it to you? Then he's just calling you out on something that's not even there. Anthony. That's all I'm asking him. Hey, Anthony, he's a big boy. He can speak for himself. The guy's name's Anthony. I love it. Anthony, I totally agree with you. I mean, he said he's calling out my bias, and I'm like, my bias on what? I know, but if you're calling out my bias, bro. They have access to the test, not just the summary, not disagreeing. Okay, you can disagree. I don't mind if you disagree. If you make a statement like that, I'm just going to try to clarify it so I know where you're coming from so I can respond to it. Because if I'm exhibiting some kind of bias here, well, then I want to, call myself out on it. And maybe if I have to retract something or explain something or whatever, that's quite a claim. When we're having a conversation about, which is something that a lot of this is opinion based. Should people mask? Should they not mask? A lot of that's just opinion. And if somebody can prove the point that they work, well, then that helps that person's opinion that wants people to mask up. And when there's a study that calls itself, the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted and published on the efficacy of masks, and it's not. And then we go through and we're reading it, and I'm like, dude, I'm not even impressed. And I'm just a layman. I'm not even a layman. I'm just a lay. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, this doesn't make sense to me. It's like it's not adding up. They're literally saying it's all biased. They're saying that they don't trust the results. They're saying these results are questioned. And and by the way, there were a few studies that we want to point out that absolutely go against everything that we're saying to you. Several studies, and they mention that in the paper. You know, someone needs a dab. Stat! Mustard gas, mustard gas. Look at that guy smoking mustard gas, mustard gas. What is it? Mustard gas. Who knows? Mustard gas, mustard gas. Everybody wants to see mustard gas. That's mustard gas. Mustard gas. No law regarding... No, I don't say that yet. I got to heat this up first. I'm going old school. I'm going old school, baby. You think there's a dab left in there? You think there's a dab left from the last one? I don't think so, man. There's not a lot of vapor in there. I want to give it a taste, just to see it taste. It's actually not that bad. Wow. That was a hell of a hit. Just about what was already in there. I didn't even use my dab. Oh, and it tastes buttery still. It still tastes buttery, everybody. Ooh, that got 2 likes, dude. Who liked that? Who's liking my stuff? Dude, who liked it? It used to show likes, but it's not doing it anymore. Dude, I so much want to know who liked this post. Oh, man. I'm so glad that Dr. Wilson responded to us so quickly on Twitter. That was just so unexpected. I figured, you know, tomorrow we might hear something back. He's good. Dr. Susan Oliver, she has liked my either replies or something to her before. So she's engaged me as well. Dude, I want to make this my pinned tweet. Embed post. Huh. It's his tweet, so I can't do it unless I like retweet it, maybe. If I go to my retweet of it, I can pin it, I bet. Profile. Here. No. Here, I want his repost. Oh, I can't pin my repost. Embed post, it says. Oh, just give me embed code. Oh, man. I can't pin his tweet to my fucking... It's so cool that he tweeted at me, bro. Fucking Debunk the Funk. I'm so proud of that. I hope you guys are too, man. Everybody wants the mustard gas. Anthony Serraro, Cribero. Cheers. No law regarding cannabis. No law regarding cannabis. What's up, brother? How you doing? Fuck COVID. Let me see big ol' hit from some green. All right, for you, my friend, anything. Fuck COVID. For anything for you, fuck COVID. And I agree. I share that sentiment. Fuck COVID. Fuck cancer. Fuck illness. Fuck sadness. Fuck it all, man. All right, no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody. Mandy Carlami. Hey, Mandy. Wolfie. Mass studies are biased. It's weeding out the crap to make sense of it all. Lol, all I hear is cops kicking down my doors now. Cheers to that, Nate. Atomic Ray. My best practitioner's opinion. Masks don't work the same for each person. That alone makes the study biased. That is why it is a study by practitioners. Got you, Ray. Wolfie. One guy in my town actually got arrested for trying to sarin gas a outing recently. Sarin gas. Oh my god, dude. Not telling. Cheers. Token Tony Z. Hey, not telling. Mandy Carlami. Munchies incoming. Lol. You sound like Grandpa. Not telling. Token Tony Z. Where the hell did he get that from? It is not letting me share you on Truth for some reason. I did on X. Mandy Carlami. What? Where's your grandpa? Okay, I'll share this to Grandpa. Don't worry. I'd love to send this to Grandpa for you. True Social. Grandpa. All right, I truthed it at him. I sent him a good truth there, is what I did. I truthed him up. We got truth. We got truthy with it. We got a little truthy. Hold on. Hey. Now, I want you to see how messed up other podcasts are. Okay? So oh my God, wait, this is from 7 months ago. Watch this.
Robbie, what's on your radar today?
Well, the wearing of masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses had almost no effect at the societal level, according to a rigorous new review of the available research.
Rigorous.
Quote, interestingly, 12 trials in the review, 10 in the community and 2 among healthcare workers.
This is the same study. So this study came out months ago, and he's talking about this 7 months ago. And listen to what this guy says. I'm trying to pull up his camera right now, so give me a second.
Found that wearing masks in the community probably makes little or no difference to influenza-like or COVID-19-like illness transmission, writes Tom Jefferson, a British epidemiologist and co-author of the Cochrane Library's new report on these masking trials.
That's it.
Quote,
the one that Cochrane
that masks had no effect on
retracted.
Confirmed influenza or SARS-CoV-2 outcomes. 5 other trials showed no difference between one type of mask over another. Now that finding, it's significant given how comprehensive Cochrane's review was. The randomized control trial.
Yeah, but hey, bro, why won't you just say, I'm just kind of curious, why won't you just say to your audience, why don't you mention all the bias or biases, I don't know which that would be, that are listed in that report? Isn't that weird how people that have these narratives, they're just going to tell you one thing and not tell you the whole truth?
Trials had hundreds of thousands of participants and made useful comparisons. People who received masks, and according to self-reporting at least, actually wore them versus people who did not. Other studies that have tried to uncover the efficacy of mask requirements have tended to compare one municipality with another without taking into account relevant differences between the groups, what the vaccination rate was, for instance. This was true of an infamous study of masking in Arizona schools that was conducted at the county level. Those findings were cited by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as reason to keep mask mandates in place. Now, quote, comparing Pima and Maricopa counties is a pointless way to study masks because the people are fundamentally different apart from masking, notes Vinay Prasad, an epidemiologist.
Okay, that's important. You're asking me if I like following rules. Did the study have their COVID patients pull down the masks to eat? Masks didn't work, all about control. Lives matter. Biden is the best. Invaded Russia last week. It's about control if mandates come back this October. Hell no. No trolls. It's because you guys are supper or a superior and only like white people. We're only white people? Is that what you think? Huh. That's racist. We like Martin Luther King here. Right, the only way to list all the bias is in the lab or in society. You have real numbers. I'm definitely not racist. I hate everyone, says Mandy Carlami. That's superior. Anyway, I'm smoking a bong rip. Maybe dude will chill out. Do you guys support Black Lives Matter? Jalen Wilson. I don't know how many people in my audience are going to tell you that they support Black Lives Matter, but I've always supported. I've written my own bill to end police brutality. So you tell me if you think I support Black Lives Matter movement. What do you think? I literally wrote a bill and submitted it to the United States government, to the federal government, to end police brutality. I wrote it back in 2014. So you tell me what you think. Fuck the police, straight from the underground. What? Killed Tupac and all, and no, I don't. It's about not money and helping black people. It's down pushed, token you on meth. They almost had me on charges of illegal possession of cannabis. We call it cannabis. Jalen Wilson, we call it cannabis. Because, you know, that word that you used is racist. Tried pulling me because I'm black. Hell no, cannabis, bro. I support the Black Lives Matter movement, not the hateful racist organization. So, we sympathize with you. Jalen Wilson, we sympathize with you. Are you like related to Dr. Wilson? Held at gunpoint over cannabis before it was legal. It's normal. Okay, racism is a stretch. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody. Oh boy, these accusations, they just come flying from all over. I say it's an all, no holds barred video. You guys, whatever's on the table, whatever you want to bring. So we ask for it. Cheers. Subscribe to my Rumble channel while you're here. Don't forget to hit the follow button. Not subscribe, I mean follow. Please follow me here, guys. And give me a thumbs up, too, man. While you're here, so you don't miss an important upload. Hell yeah, says fuck COVID. NWA, says Anthony. Yeah, we could talk about the Black Lives Matter movement and all that, but...
Hey, bro.
Hey, Cyber Reload. What's up, buddy? How do you...
Hey,
Bro,
what's up?
you know that the alert does not tell me when you come in. So you could have been in here for 20 minutes. I wouldn't have known.
Oh, I just came in. The alert on my fucking Android, you know, when you say, the Google Assistant, when you say, hey, Google, it usually give a little vibration. That have fucking disappeared after the last update on my phone, and I cannot get it to work again. And I use that a lot because I play video games a lot with headphones on, you know?
Right.
So I rely on fucking could feel that vibration even in the table when the vibrator I have it in the hand, you know? But it's gone. I cannot fucking find it to put it on again.
It's crazy. So, we're listening to this guy that's promoting a study that we just debunked. We debunked the study. If you can believe that I just debunked a study on the show. It was a mask. It was a mask. It's the Cochrane review on masks. It's they actually, you know, it's funny is after I debunked it, that guy Debunked the Funk, Dr. Wilson on YouTube. He's got a channel with he's got that big afro, but he just cut it all off. But he messaged me back. He tweeted back at me on Twitter and showed me that the Cochrane Institute has retracted or made a statement in regards to that study saying that it's complete garbage, basically. And we're just watching this guy who, when that study came out, he was talking about how it's like, this proves it beyond the shadow of a doubt that masks don't work. So here, just listen to this guy for a second. He's such an asshole.
To has opposed COVID-19 mandates.
I got a bowl pack when you're ready.
That they have different rates of vaccination and different levels of caution. Cochrane, on the other hand, employed randomized control trials, which are considered the gold standard for review. And the results are difficult to argue with. Zoom out to the population level, and masks did not have much of a discernible impact on COVID-19 cases. The pooled results of RCTs did not show a clear reduction in respiratory viral infection with the use of medical or surgical masks.
Right. He's using that big old RCT, and now all of you guys know what RCTs are. Randomly controlled trials that were all said to be highly or questionably biased. Every single one of them. He doesn't mention, he's funny, he saw the RCTs, so he saw that it was biased, because we all saw it too. It was right underneath it.
The authors. There were no clear differences between the use of medical, surgical masks.
I still have the study up right here.
N95 respirators in healthcare workers when used in routine care to reduce respiratory viral infection. David Zweig, a writer who helped call attention to the flaws in the Arizona study and has been interviewed on our show many times, notes that these negative
okay, I'm just pulling up this one thing to show everybody,
while individual mask
and then I'll be ready.
Might get some benefit for a while if they consistently, perfectly
Here's
wear
the
masks.
study, guys,
This doesn't
and here's
comport
the
with
statement.
Aggregate experience. According to Zweig, even the most ardent mask supporters who want to wear them properly fail to do so, and as this study and others illustrate, even when masks are required, they're either not worn properly or not worn at all by a significant number of people. Zweig quotes Benjamin Recht, a statistician at UC Berkeley, who says, at this point, I doubt any study will change anyone's mind about masking, but the one consistent finding of all of the randomized studies is that the effect of this intervention at the population level is vanishingly small.
That's not true. And look at what it said in the study itself. It literally said the risk of bias for the randomly controlled trials and cluster randomly controlled trials was mostly high, like Cyber and I are about to get right now. They were biased studies. People, were paying for them that wanted certain results. Cheers, Cyber. No longer going to cannabis. Cheers, Anthony. Everybody in all the chats. Billy Bong Thornton, Mandy Carlami, Not Telling, Wolfie, Jalen Wilson, and everybody else that's here right now. It's Josh G. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody.
he goes on for a while with this bullshit. These anti-maskers are hilarious. They've got such a narrative to push down your throat. Oh, and by the way, there's a COVID disclaimer at the bottom of his video. This guy, Robbie Suave. That's his name, Robbie Suave.
Well, the findings have yet to penetrate the mainstream media public, whereas flawed studies like the Arizona one received rave reviews in the pages of the New York Times and also the Washington Post. So far, the Cochrane review has not attracted coverage from these outlets whatsoever. Nor has it garnered commentary from the CDC, an agency that has routinely seized on less compelling evidence in order to recommend the maintenance of intrusive COVID-19 interventions like mask mandates and like lockdowns. Now, indeed...
Dude, I'll laugh my ass off if Grandpa comes in here while Jalen Wilson is here. I will laugh my ass off at him. Oh my God.
Hi.
He's claiming we're racist because we're all white, this guy in the chat, because he says he's African American. Or African or black or I don't know, he might not be
So
American.
I'm racist just because I'm white? Is that what I'm told? Okay.
No, I think you're racist because you're in here watching my show and you're white. He says,
Wow.
get that dumbass Grandpa in there. Says Jalen Wilson. Don't call Grandpa a dumbass, bro.
So just fucking make a sweep across the board and call people racist. That seems logical. I see that.
Who the fuck do you think you are, Billy fucking Ballantyne? Jalen? Walmart said a mask was all I needed to shop. When I showed up, they said I needed clothes too. From the chat. The other guy sounds like a communist? Really? Really? My friend Cyber Reload sounds like a dude, right?
About me, apparently.
Oh my god.
That's funny, dude.
Oh my god. Hey, don't shut up, Jalen, with your violent threats. That I don't like that. So stop that. Be nice. Why are you saying that? Because I'm black. I don't know if you're black. You could be anybody on the internet pretending that you're black. We don't know who you are.
Well, yeah. That makes no sense, dude.
Billy Von Thornton just said to Jalen, he's like, Jay, are your parents aware two wrongs don't make a right? You're saying it because you're black. I sell bacon. Jay, your username sounds like it was based off communism. Jalen Wilson. Wolfie, that's white as fuck. How I tag Grandpa, lol. Mandy Carlami. Oh, you tag him with this. They take a link to the show, which I'll give you in the chat. Copy this, and you can truth it at Grandpa's Truth Social. WH Grandpa on Truth Social. Or you can go to my truth and just retruth it at him. That would be easy. Just retruth it at WH Grandpa. This other guy is communist. Whatever you say, I am Billy Von Thornton. Why are you still calling Cyber a commie, bro? What is wrong with you? You don't even make sense. Dude, we used to game with a guy named Commie. Remember him, bro? Remember Commie? Oh my god. Dude. Fucking Commie. Holy shit.
That's why CCP is on my back. That's because I'm just a commie.
Right. Sounds like a communist. Sounds like a genius.
Would you please define communism for me?
Galen,
Do you even know what it is? What is communism? Define it. I want to hear you say what communism is.
The other guy's looking like a GTA character from Sandy Shores. He's saying the other guy. He says the other guy. Look, Jay, his name is Cyber. It's C-Y-B-E-R. You can call him Cyber, bro. It's cool. C-Y-B-E-R. It's fine. You don't have to keep calling him the other guy.
The other guy. The other commie guy.
Come on, Jalen. He's calling you Galen. Bonsai's calling you Galen over there on the YouTube. Why subject WHG to this small-minded racist, Jay? Because I think it's a teaching moment, and I think he learned that, you know, he was mistaken when he came in here and called us racists, when we're the least racist people. Which is what we're all about, which is why I love the WH Grandpa crowd, man. Because it's like, you guys jive with us, man. We don't agree on shit. It's fun. We disagree on a lot of shit. But one thing we do agree on is, you know, you don't hate people based on your differences, man. You just don't hate them. You can disagree with people and not hate them. All of us have differences with our family members, our friends, you know, our coworkers, the people that we associate with on social media. It's okay. That's how we have a conversation, man. It's fun. We can make it fun instead of making it an angry thing. You know, Jalen Wilson's calling me KKK. He says racist KKK. You're so funny, Jalen. What are you doing, bro? Can you kick him out? Mandy? Jalen Wilson? I could kick him out, but then he'd really call me a racist, wouldn't he? He'd say, you kicked me out because I'm black. You know, what am I supposed to do? You know, you're accusing us of horrible shit, Jalen. It's like you don't even know who we are. Well, Jalen, how old? Can I ask you how old you are? What's your age? I'm assuming 16 or 17. What do you think?
He's definitely. I think he's a teen.
Bro, Cyber, Mandy Carlami just used your word, bro. In the Rumble chat.
My word?
Your word.
My word? What's my word?
Can you see you got Rumble up?
No. I can't, no.
It's worth seeing for yourself. It's the last chat right now. No, second to the last chat, no. Third to the last chat. I'm 42 and no.
Jalen, this is, I see.
It's your word, bro.
My word? What's it my word? I'm confused.
What Mandy Carlami said, her second to the last.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I was looking at Jay Whalen. Yeah, I see it.
That is your word.
That's my word. That's right. Stole my word.
I think he's offensive and disrespectful.
A lot of people start using that, so I started saying S-word. But that never caught on.
Okay. Yo, Jalen Wilson. Listen, I'm gonna throw something at you. You let me know what you think, okay? Look, do you think from here on out you could be respectful towards everybody in the chat and chill with us and have a conversation with us without being, you know, trollish?
It shouldn't be that hard, right?
I mean, we'll see if he wants to have
you're an adult human being, right?
He wants to have a conversation or not.
Wow, remember I just told you my Google, my Hey Google stopped vibrating?
Yeah, you told me.
Oh, some fucking frits about that I see right now. I'm thinking of looking up on it. A lot of people are fucking bitching about it.
Jalen, how old are you? Just out of curiosity. Jalen's like, yeah, I can get along. All right, I like that. That's good. You know, if you wanna apologize to people for, you know, your harshness, that would be cool too. You don't have to, but I'm sure a lot of people would appreciate it if you did. Oh, I got it, dude. I nailed it. He's 17. Dude, I fucking nailed it.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's all right, man. It's all right. Look, you'll learn something watching this show. You'll learn something about tolerance and acceptance, and like you said, well, we can all love each other and get along, and united we are much stronger together than we are when we're trying to beat each other's throats. But I need you to know I have to block you because you're underage. So it was nice seeing you. No, I'm kidding. You're like, dude, I'm gonna be 18 in 6 weeks, man. Okay, not telling, because you were the one I was most worried about. So I'm glad that it's cool with not telling. It's cool with me. You're learning at a much younger age than I did. That's for damn sure. You're 19? Wow, you grew fast. What are you, a time traveler? Or did you mistype? You mistyped when you meant to put 19, but now you're going to say you're 21? You're just, man, what are you, like Benjamin Button? What are you, man? Yeah, whatever, dude. Why don't you get off my mom, bro? I just got off yours. That's what your mom said. COVID was made in labs. What do you think about this? I think it's very possible. It's very possible. I don't know if anybody knows for sure, but we were funding it.
It is.
It's
I am
for sure
99% sure about that.
Cyber's 99% convinced.
Yeah. I mean, it's not for fun. First of all, they didn't want to tell anyone, and it fucking came from that lab in Wuhan, 100%, 99%, not 100. I'm pretty sure about that. Especially when in mind with that guy from WHO fucking defended China, said there was nothing going on, that Peter Balsack or whatever his name is, Balsack, he had personal investment in that Wuhan laboratory, and he spoke out for the longest time. There was no threat there. They have everything under control. It was first when everything came out he turned around on that shit. So I think it is from there. I literally think it only makes sense in my mind. And I actually think they did it for nefarious reason.
That's my dad.
They started them for nefarious reason to weaponize them or something like that. They had all kind of fucking viruses there, It was not just COVID. Does your phone still vibrate when you say, "Hey Google"?
Okay, Google. No. But I think I might have that turned off.
Because I'm sitting and looking up on Threads, and they're starting this year, at April, the first thread pops up at Google on the forum about it. So it's probably gone on for a while.
Mandy Carlin says, "Hey, Nay, you're doing something right when the trolls show up." Well, might be Alexa.
Yeah.
Mandy, we've had trolls on the show since back in 2011 and 12. I mean, we've had trolls forever. We've always had trolls.
If you're online, you're gonna run into trolls. That's just how it is. Even you are a troll, you run into trolls.
The dude what this guy is saying in chat's hilarious. In Rumble.
Yeah.
Anthony Crabaro. Anthony Crabaro is literally repeating what the troll said in the Rumble chat. Oh, Anthony, I know what he said. He's a big boy. What you said there was hilarious. That was quite the statement. It's quite the statement. No, Cyber's from Denmark. Hey, be nice to Mandy.
Pull the bond wagon.
Well, you don't have to be mean to people to argue. I mean, and if you want to learn to debate in school, that's cool, man. I totally support you in doing that. It makes you smarter and quicker with, when you're having discussions with people, and there's nothing wrong with that.
We should smoke.
Anthony, thank you for sticking up for me. I know exactly what the guy's saying. We're all just laughing about it. It's cool. Don't let it get to you. Justin says, you're mean to me. Did you say...
We are all racist and communists now.
Racist communists, and you're from Ireland, I guess, he said.
No.
And, what else, man?
I'm from Glasgow. You don't see my Glasgow smile? It's fucking annoying that it stopped fucking vibrating.
Exactly, Wolfie. That's what I'm doing. I'm ready.
It is 420.
Yeah, I'm ready when you are. It is 420. I'm ready.
Come on. Yeah, I'm ready.
No Larigati Cameras, cheers Cyber, cheers Anthony, Billy, and all of you in the Rumble. There's too many to say. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, bro. Cheers, everybody.
Billy Bong Thornton, Mandy Carlami, fuck you, Wolfie419, not Dylan, Jalen Wilson, Justin J. That's all of you. Josh G. Before I exhaled. Whatever. Let's hear what the rest of this Robbie Soave has to say.
While mask mandates are no longer a typical part of American life, there are still enclaves that require masking. Some U.S. schools have kept mask mandates in place or brought them back during flu season. Within the nation's capital, George Washington University still requires masks in classrooms. But if following the science means updating one's priors when new evidence becomes available, then institutions that require masks should finally concede, 3 years into the pandemic, that indefinitely forcing them on unwilling people, especially children, is not a defensible strategy. So for any lingering government requirements, let this please be the final and...
We saw the study that Dr. Susan Oliver put up there that showed that the schools that kept mask mandates going had lower rates of COVID. It was very interesting. We just saw that on this show. So this guy, Robbie, he's just a flat-out liar. And if it fits your narrative, I get it. I understand. I just want you to see when people are lying to you. That's all.
New word.
I'm totally against forcing kids to wear masks.
No more mandates. So this was a review of a number of independent trial studies that use this randomized control process, and it didn't turn up you know, if you strongly believe that masks were having a massive difference at the population level, you would have liked to see in some of these studies some data to support that, and they didn't find any.
Dude, the study wasn't that long. I've got it right here. They completely did find that. Can you believe he just said that? He had to have read the same study that we read. It's the exact same study. And, you know, it literally says there were studies that disproved what we're saying. Also, there was a risk of bias for these was mostly high. I mean, Robbie, man, what the fuck, dude? You're just a flat-out liar. I'm just going to call you a flat-out liar. You get paid a lot of money, I'm sure, to sit in that chair on Rising and sit there and lie to your fucking audience, and it's pathetic because someone like me could sit here and debunk you. You have no armor, bro. I'm just some old loser. And what the fuck are you? God, man.
So what the study says
it's
is
not
that
for fun that
fucking
doctor, I know I say that a lot, but it's not for fun when you get an operation and shit, doctors are fucking mask on. If it didn't work, why have them on?
I know, right? That's just, right? Ugh.
For instance, relatively low numbers of people follow the guidance about wearing masks or about hand hygiene, which may have affected the results of the studies. They're very clear that there are a number of factors, including transmission through eye ducts, the fact that people are not doing hand hygiene and then touching their masks, that people aren't wearing fitted masks, that the surgical masks that were never intended to stop particles from getting to your mouth and nose, obviously don't work the same way the N95 masks are supposed
particles.
to.
Those masks that doctors wear is not intended to stop particles. Is that what you're fucking telling me? Surgical mask is not made to stop particles.
Weird,
Why
right?
the fuck are they wearing them then?
Weird.
Sorry, in fact.
So they look like they do on TV.
And fitted it on and on and on. And what the study concludes is that more research is needed, and that because
I need that thing stat.
The lack of compliance with the study, especially among children, the lack of evidence. I think you're completely right. COVID mask wearing among kids is not working. It's not stopping the transmission between kids. And the study notes it's because kids are the least likely group to actually be able to maintain their hygiene, to be able to wash their hands and keep their masks on and not act like kids.
I think for the hand washing part, they did find some positive results for hand washing.
I'm not crying. What I'm saying is we went over the study and we determined that it was explicitly biased. And a lot of people are, it calls itself a rigorous, thorough investigation. It's bullshit. Then when you go into the study and you literally, and not just that, when you get into the study, it tells you this is highly biased. And then the publishers redacted it. The publishers put up a, not complete redaction, but put up a statement saying this is all being misconstrued. We read that too, man. So it's to hear this guy talk like this, it's annoying because the information was right there in front of his fat fucking face.
On its own as an intervention. So that did turn up some evidence.
I think that's so important. And one of the things that people should be stressing out of the study is how I think, yes, the CDC was negligent and government officials have been negligent and not maintaining how important hand washing is in fact. I know from personal experience, I've said this a million times on the show and elsewhere, when COVID started, I had this recognition about how certain habits that you grow up with, like wash your hands before dinner,
her fucking vocal fry, I'm sorry I had to point it out. You cannot unsee that shit, folks. Her vocal fry is so fucking annoying. She literally does it at the end of every single word.
Social context, I would go to restaurants, I would touch the door of the restaurant, I would get out of my Uber and touch the door, I would sit down.
I forgot her name. Brianna Joy Gray. Brianna Joy Gray.
Journalist or what?
Yeah, she's a journalist.
Okay.
Yeah. She's obnoxious.
Down and start noshing on the snacks on the table, and for some reason it just never clicked to me that I should be getting up and going to the bathroom. I mean, that's a gross admission, but post-COVID, changing my behaviors in those ways, washing my hands more diligently, carrying hand sanitizer. I'm very diligent about those kinds of things, and my incidence of illness has dropped precipitously. I don't think I've gotten a cold. I mean, I did get COVID at one point after flying on an international flight, at which point I had to become a mouse at a certain point to eat over 7 hours. But I haven't even gotten a cold, and I used to be sick basically, November through February every year. So this idea that masks don't work because people aren't using masks regularly
Well, that's
or
part of the
appropriately.
study. Yeah, that's.
You know, I think it's really dangerous because there are a lot of people, you know, the mandates are gone. I think ultimately that's a good thing for civil libertarian reasons. But there's still a lot of people in this country who are very vulnerable to COVID. It just is. We talk a lot about how, oh, it's only obese people or it's only old people. Okay, that's a lot of people, especially in America. And I agree with everyone who says they should have been stressing vitamin D, they should have been stressing these other interventions. One of those things that they should have been stressing was wearing a mask isn't enough if you're not going to wear a high quality mask and have it fitted appropriately, and also if you're not washing your hands and doing these other kinds of things. So if people still want mandates being largely gone and good, if people still actually have a sincere interest in protecting the population, then the guidance, what we should be pushing for, is for, I think, high-quality masks to be distributed and made available for free, because they're not inexpensive. And moreover, that people should be getting more specific guidance about how to make sure their masks actually work, not throwing up their hands and saying, well, because people aren't using masks properly and it's not working, we shouldn't use masks at all.
Well, but it's a little bit of life gets in the way. Actual human behavior is a factor here and not one that can just be ignored. And I think there's a naivety among the kind of the CDC scientific elite type people that say, oh yeah, this intervention will work because we'll just have everyone wear masks until we say don't wear masks anymore, and they'll just wear masks at all times. But of course that just doesn't, we can't do that. It doesn't reflect actual human, like life is messier than that. People are not perfect little automatons that can just internalize government advice and just do that.
Maybe people can make their choices. People
Well,
can make their choices about not doing it. But there are a lot of people, I mean, you and I both know someone who we work with whose face we've never seen because they are very diligent about mask wearing because their job makes them exposed.
Everyone can do whatever choice they want for themselves. I, unlike you, Brianna, I get sick as often when I was locked
feeling
down.
a little under the weather now, Robbie, in fact, and I wonder if some of us took a test before they came into work today. Because, look, people's lived experience teaches them that they know that the masks have had some impact on their ability to have respiratory illnesses. And I encourage everyone to actually read this study. One, because I think that there's a really important evidence about the importance of hand washing. And two, because it's caveated up the wazoo about the vulnerabilities of all of these kinds of studies. And it's also worth noting that these are measuring community spread. I want to see a study that is tracking 100 people who very diligently and appropriately wear masks and 100 people who don't. That's the kind of evidence I think most people, especially immunocompromised people or folks who have close relationships with immunocompromised people, really want to know. If I am actually diligent, will it significantly lower my ability of catching COVID or passing it on to someone who is vulnerable?
She literally thinks a study of 100 people would be enough to satisfy her curiosity. At least literally the studies that are discussed in this are like 8,000, 10,000. You know, there's a total like 650,000 people involved in this study, but it's just all biased, you know. But at the same time, you know, 100 people isn't going to prove anything. What you want is a big study, but you want all of them tracked. And what it said was none of that was enforced. It literally says, you know, we poorly reported, very low certainty evidence. Harms were rarely measured. I mean, this is all bad for a study.
You can see that's a question mark still. We don't really know that.
No,
for sure.
we don't have evidence. Yeah. I would say that what this study proves is that wearing masks, what this study indicates is that wearing masks inaccurately in a poor way.
Those 100 people you described, 100 people perfectly diligently wearing masks. What it shows is that there aren't enough of those people in the world to have that be our main way to combat
this. Or they're not being studied. And this is part of what this study points out, is that there's been a real lack in the inadequacy of funding and interest in pursuing these kinds of things. It's worth noting, you've pointed this out at studies in the past, that many of the studies here are either they're all like pharmaceutical backed or government and pharmaceutical backed. And you can see why a pharmaceutical company would have an interest in saying, don't worry about masks, the only thing that can protect you is me and my shots, me and my vaccines. It's very interesting to me that there's been this alliance between people who are vaccine skeptical and concerned about the harmful side effects of vaccines, but also very anti-mask. Because from my perspective, as someone who is very sympathetic to a lot of the vaccine concerns, well, the only way left then to protect yourself is with physical barriers. The least invasive way to protect yourself is with physical barriers. So I hope that people don't take this study and say, throw caution to the wind.
I mean, I've made no secret of the fact that I hate wearing them so much that I wanted the vaccines to be. I was really rooting for them to be super effective, so we wouldn't have to wear the masks anymore. And then it was disappointing when the vaccines didn't. You know, they still have positive. I've gotten vaccinated. They have positive effects for especially for people in higher risk groups. But the vaccines, like the masks, were not going to be a single policy that we're going. I mean, they in fact don't have very much impact on cases at all. Now the study says the masks don't either, but.
Well, when not used appropriately, and so I think that one of the questions the study raises, and it's worth following up on, why have there been no studies? We've been talking for 2 years. Why haven't there been?
Vinay Prasad wrote about that in that Substack piece I cited. He's like, Fauci could have ordered 10 of these reviews and didn't.
So why is it the only studies we get are basically these Pfizer-backed studies which confirm results that are convenient for Pfizer? Why hasn't the government or anybody else shown any interest? And
Fauci had a lot of confident things to express on the subject, both ways, that would contradict themselves.
I fucking hate how recommended videos pop up over the video that you're watching at the end of it on YouTube. I'm just like,
yeah,
dude, get that shit out of my purview. What the fuck are you doing? Get that out of my purview. You're not going to pay. Yeah, just block them if you don't like them. Cyber, am I following you?
I don't know. I have a Rumble. It's called as Peter Guitardia in one word.
Say hello in the chat so they can click on your name.
Oh. That's me.
There you go.
And same name on YouTube. I had a channel called Cyber Reload, but it got shut down for some reason.
It's hard to hear Cyber? Really? Huh. Let me see here.
Hey, Chogan. How are we doing?
How's that? Is that better? I got him way down. I got the volume down and everything. I didn't realize you guys were having a hard time hearing him. Three days ago. What's this one, man?
COVID policies. Now the case is Missouri versus Biden. It pits the attorneys general of Missouri and Louisiana, civil liberties groups, and several censored social media accounts against the White House, the CDC, and other government agencies. Judge Terry Doughty issued a preliminary injunction in July barring the Biden administration's communication with Twitter, Facebook, etc. As of Friday, the Fifth Court of Appeals upheld these restrictions that were imposed by the judge. A move Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry has hailed. Here he is speaking outside the court.
What I continue to say is the most important First Amendment case, certainly in modern times. I think that this is a case that ultimately will end up at the Supreme Court and really determines
I wonder which microphone I'm using
of the First Amendment in a virtual world.
I hope I'm using the right one.
Here to discuss this case further is Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, co-founder of
You sound
Illusion
great.
Consensus
On
Substack
Discord.
and professor at the Stanford School of Medicine.
I'm talking about
Welcome,
for my
doctor.
show.
It's an honor to have you.
They're having a hard time hearing
My
you.
honor as well. Thank you for having me.
So your account, obviously, I think this is probably well known to viewers, but just in case it's not, was one of the accounts that was censored, moderated.
No, it's the right one.
And now we've learned subsequently about all the
You know what
guidance
you're doing.
given by the government to the social media companies to take this action. Why don't you start by filling in our viewers
Of course it's
exactly
the right one.
what sentiments you were expressing that got you axed from the platforms.
I meant it's this microphone right here and not my webcam microphone. But I'm trying to figure out why they're having such a hard time hearing you, because We're both coming through this microphone.
So that guy right there with the glasses out to the right, that's the same guy who talked to that black woman before, right?
Yes. And that's the same woman. And that's the same black woman.
Oh,
on the
really?
left. Yes.
Okay.
So when I joined Twitter in August 2021, I was immediately put, it turns out, on a trends blacklist. I found out from reporting from the Free Press that Barry Weiss did. I actually got invited to Twitter. I could see in the Twitter database my face, and next to it said trends blacklist. I put on a blacklist, essentially reducing the scope of a set of people that could see my post. I was advocating for the Great Barrington Declaration, which is a policy proposal I wrote with Sunetra Gupta of Oxford and Martin Kulldorff of Harvard in October 2020, arguing for focused protection and better protection of vulnerable older people and lifting of lockdowns. Earlier in the pandemic, I'd also been censored from YouTube for a video where I was speaking with the sitting governor of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, advising him about the evidence on whether masking children had any effect on the pandemic. I told him correctly, based on the literature, that there is no randomized evidence suggesting any efficacy of masking children.
And we literally just saw the study that proves that this guy's a liar from Dr. Susan Oliver. We just watched it on this show. She showed us the charts. She referenced the study. She told us when it was from and how they calculated it and everything. She said there was absolutely no bias in that study, too. She said they accounted for everything. It was very interesting. This guy is a horrible, horrible liar. Just so you all know.
YouTube took down that video. Missouri versus Biden case.
And now you know why. Because he's spouting misinformation. And Robbie's going to sit there and act like this guy is, a god of information.
Learned is that these were not
and
accidents. What happened
Look, I don't think people should have their stuff taken down when they're putting out what I would consider to be misinformation. This guy's a doctor and whatever. I just think that the people who debunk his garbage should be just as loud and equally. Then if there's this guy saying that, then the very next video should be Dr. Susan Oliver or Debunk the Funk, completely giving you all the evidence that proves that he's a liar. And after this guy's video right here, there should be a video about me proving that this guy's a liar. For having this moron on and treating him like he's some kind of a representative of the truth.
Actually, was that the government was pressuring social media companies on setting an agenda for them for who and what to censor.
That's wrong.
It didn't matter if what they were censoring.
I agree with him on this. This is wrong. People like him shouldn't be silenced. They should just be drowned out by the truth.
It wasn't just me.
Which should be available, and people should know to click on the truth
based on true or false statements
because it's made available by the social media. This guy was made available. The debunking should be made available.
To label it as misinformation, or to take it down, or suppress its reach, even without the people knowing it. It was a direct violation of the American First Amendment, as the Fifth Circuit just confirmed.
Are you confident that this ruling, assuming it's upheld, will get to the root of this problem, that as long as the government is barred from explicitly reaching out to social media companies and applying the pressure as they've done in the past, that it will end the practice of the kinds of blacklists that you were put on? Are you concerned that this
Wolfie, that's crazy
of what
about the body lights,
where there is both soft and hard pressure at some of these organizations to exert, whether it's their political sentiments or restrictions on some other kind of basis that have attacked any number of communities over the years?
That's a great question. I think it's a fantastic first step. I have to say I was overjoyed to see the ruling, because it essentially tells the government that they're not allowed to talk to social media and coerce them. They were essentially saying to the social media companies, boy, that's a nice company you got there. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. In effect. And social media companies complied. I will say there are some restrictions in this ruling relative to what the district court ruled that I find a little bit troubling. So, for instance, this court said that the government can continue to work with academic outsiders to set a hit list for what should be censored. So they can, for instance, there's a group here on my campus at Stanford called the Stanford Internet Observatory that works with a government agency called CISA. Or at least advises their work output is informs CISA and what they do is they analyze the internet looking for things that they think is misinformation. And a lot of the sort of agenda setting for which accounts to take down, which people to go after,
Big Pharma,
is set by outside organizations, with the government cooperating with outside organizations,
like Pfizer.
And I think that ought to be something government ought not do. And this ruling allows that to continue to happen. Now, the government can't now, under this ruling, use that information and then threaten social media companies, which is good. But I would like to see more.
You bring up the
That's
Stanford
good.
Internet Observatory, which you're right, we've been able to exhaustively chronicle all of its efforts to exhaustively chronicle what it describes as misinformation on a host of topics, not just COVID, but also for supposedly Russian-based misinformation on the platform, national security threats, all of that stuff. I gotta ask, since you're at Stanford, are there like uncomfortable, faculty lounge discussions about like, hey, why are you trying to get me, banned from the internet?
No shit, right?
I mean, Stanford's, I guess, fortunately, unfortunately, a big place. I have not run across the professors that are directly involved with the Internet Observatory. I have to say that, I mean, I find it incredibly troubling to be at a university that essentially participated in the agenda setting for this Ministry of Truth. And I don't understand why a professor or student that would use their intelligence and energy for that purpose when they could be using it for sort of things that actually do social good. And I don't know, but I'm not their boss, and they have academic freedom. I mean, I think they can go and do whatever they like. But the question to me is, should the government be sponsoring it? Should the government be participating in this kind of agenda setting for suppression of speech? And I think that's my problem. Like professors can do whatever they. I mean, I believe very strongly in academic freedom. I wish they'd do something different, but that's another question.
So Judge Dowdy, drew some distinctions that XYZ is allowed, ABC is not allowed, and then this newer ruling drew some slightly different distinctions. We await perhaps eventually clearer and ultimate guidance from the Supreme Court. Although, I think, even you and I, who probably agree on 99% of this stuff about the influence being bad, there's probably, most people would think some amount, the government, the FBI telling social media companies, hey, ISIS is organizing on the platform, or there's child porn here or something. There will be uncontroversial moderation, and where the uncontroversial stuff ends and the legitimate speech that they shouldn't be providing input in begins. It's clear in a lot of cases, but it's not always ultimately going to be clear. And is that something that judges, rather than some kind of legislature, is ultimately going to be able to draw a line that is satisfactory?
Another great question. I mean, I think I completely am in favor of content moderation to suppress child porn. I think your criminal activities on the web, I mean, absolutely should be suppressed. And I think the government has a legitimate interest in making sure that there aren't social media companies that are allowing that to occur or aiding it on their platforms. That's not legally protected speech. I think and legislatures have already weighed in on what this distinction between legally protected and not legally protected speech, as have courts. There's a long sort of law, history of the law, that describes that kind of distinction, and I am completely in favor of it. I'm not arguing that we should allow criminal conspiracies to happen on Twitter. That doesn't make any sense. It's in Twitter's interest even to suppress that. What I'm saying is that there should be that the government has no interest in suppressing legally protected speech, even in the name of suppressing misinformation, because the government doesn't know what misinformation is when it comes to this kind of legally protected speech. They were wrong on so many issues, issue after issue after issue on the COVID pandemic, on issues like how harmful a school closure is going to be, how effective are they going to be in actually protecting kids and adults from COVID, on natural immunity after COVID recovery, on the efficacy of the vaccines to stop you from getting COVID. On issue after issue after issue, the government was wrong, and they suppressed legal speech pointing out that they were wrong. That's just entirely inconsistent with the American First Amendment, and it's also bad public health.
You mentioned earlier that you discovered you were on a blacklist in part because of Bari Weiss and her relationship with the Twitter files, and the access to the Twitter files gave the public to what had really been going on within the company. Obviously, there was a very public split between Bari Weiss and Elon Musk after she objected to what she felt was some hypocrisy on his end with respect to how he was managing speech on the platform. And so I wonder if you have had any follow-up, any further insight into whether or not you were removed from the blacklist, whether similar kinds of blacklists persist, perhaps targeting other kinds of individuals, and what your feelings are about how much transparency there should be from organizations like Twitter. Obviously, this is outside of the government's purview. This isn't a direct free speech issue. But given the influence of these platforms, what would you hope to see from Elon Musk or any future owner of Twitter, or Mark Zuckerberg or any of these other people, with respect to opening the proverbial kabuki and letting us know what's going on with our accounts?
I think that, well, first, I think I'm pretty sure I'm off the blacklist. As best I can tell, I'm off the blacklist anyways. And I've had reassurances from Twitter that I am, and I believe them. And I have to say that on the, it just saddens me to see people who I think broadly agree on what the nature of these platforms ought to be, sort of disputing with each other. Elon Musk, Bari Weiss, I respect both of them greatly. For the platform itself, I think Elon Musk promised something that he hasn't yet delivered, but really would be ideal. If some content moderation policy is being applied to a user, I think that if the platform tells the user that it's happening, saying, okay, here's why we're doing this, here's what we're doing, so that it's completely transparent. Okay, we've deboosted you here, we've done this, and we put you on this, you did this strike or whatever, so that users know what the rules are. That just makes for a much better user experience, even apart from anything to do with government action. I don't think Twitter's there yet. It's much better than Twitter 1.0. I mean, I was literally on a blacklist in Twitter 1.0, and I didn't know it. So it's just a very different kind of experience. I don't think Twitter's perfect. I guess it's called X now.
No, it's definitely not.
It is much better. I tell you, I've been on Facebook for a very long time. I just share pictures of my family there, because it's hopeless there to have any kind of meaningful conversation, I think, because of the moderation policies there. I think a lot of users will move to places where that kind of transparency happens, where open discussion can happen. They're not looking, I think, for kumbaya with everybody. What they're looking for is real conversations about real important topics, even people with they disagree. And sometimes it can get heated, and I think platforms ought to allow that. But any legally protected speech, I think should be fine, and platforms should be very transparent with users about what they're doing.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you write about on your Substack?
Sure. The Illusion of Consensus Substack is with a independent.
Talk about aliens.
I think he's located in Vancouver. The goal
we
is
discuss
to
flat
talk
Earth
with scientists who have been censored during the pandemic, with alternate views during the pandemic about
alternate views about
topics,
UAPs,
and more broadly about science in general. A lot of the problems I think we've seen in scientific discourse during the pandemic have come from this idea that there is this sort of central authority, a high pope of science like Tony Fauci, who can tell everybody, here's what's true, here's what's false. But that isn't how science actually works. Science at the edge is people talking to each other in conversation, engaging with the data, disputing with each other. And it's by that process of engagement with data, engagement with other scientists, that you actually move science forward. The Illusion of Consensus podcast, the goal is to lift the veil so that you can show people really what kind of conversation scientists actually have when where you're discussing things that are not truly known, and to show the process by which government authorities and some people within science itself try to create illusions of consensus in the context of COVID when the consensus never actually existed.
I wonder, just out of curiosity, I completely take your point, and I think we all saw the way that facts were flip-flopped on with respect to COVID reporting over the course of the last 3 years, whether it's the conflicting mask advice, overstatements about how effective the vaccine was going to be, etc. But it is also true that historically there have been broad consensus building in science, and people have exploited the idea that there is not consensus to push forward different kinds of agendas. I would point to the cigarette industry and the well-documented cherry picking of studies, often backed by the cigarette industry itself, to continue to create ambiguity in the public as to whether or not cigarettes are really a public health concern. And so I do wonder, what you see as kind of the line of how to discern when there are people trying to exploit the idea that there is a consensus versus people trying to exploit the idea that there is not, in fact, a consensus when there is.
That's a great question. I do think, and I agree with you, that there is an ethical responsibility that scientists have to reflect what the scientific data say, right? So, for instance, it is, I think, incontrovertible at this point, as far as the evidence is concerned, that smoking causes lung cancer. Smoking causes all kinds of other diseases.
Wow, he's making sense.
Or even
I gotta give him. Oh, thank you. I gotta give him.
They are lying.
I gotta give him credit.
I think the way to address that is for public health authorities to become so trustworthy that people will look to them when these kinds of questions come up. Right? I mean, for instance, if my colleagues in Sweden tell me that the public health authority in Sweden is very widely trusted because they've been very honest about when things are known and not known. So, I think it is absolutely correct and appropriate to have a public health authority that can say with authority that, look, smoking is terrible for you. It's really, really bad for you. You should stop doing it if you possibly can. And when some Yahoo comes out and says, "Oh, smoking is good for you," well, people won't believe them because their public health authority is so trustworthy.
Wow, he almost sounds like he's making sense right now.
Look to that for instead. Public health isn't like politics. If I convince only 50% of the public, I failed as a public health figure. So I think the problem is that public health in the United States has thrown away its trustworthiness by embracing things that were not actually quite controversial, pretending as if they were consensus when they weren't, and also by acting in ways that sort of for a lot of people with political leanings that are different from a lot of people in public health. They
right on,
look
Mandy.
at public health and say, well, they don't represent
Earth
me.
is a dome.
That's a failure for public health. Public health needs to become a kind of entity that everybody trusts, everybody looks to, and they do that by respecting everybody, by respecting scientific evidence, and being honest when the scientific evidence is equivocal. That's the problem during the pandemic. I've never seen public health, the trust in public health, so low in my lifetime and in my career, and it pains me. And I think the problem is that public health itself brought on itself this distrust. The solution, Brianna, to this problem is that public health should become trustworthy, and I think that's the main tool we have in our toolkit to address those kinds of misinformation.
Dr. Bhattacharya, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I mean, Mandy, you said you've been researching it for years. I'm just kind of curious. If you've been researching it for years, did you ever research how Elon Musk puts a satellite up into orbit? You ever research that? How's that work? No, we're not talking about Elon per se. We're talking about the fact that he puts satellites up into the atmosphere. Do you deny that? I mean, how would that work? How would that work in a dome? How do you put a satellite in orbit around the planet if it's a dome? I just don't understand what you're saying.
And besides that, if it's a dome, then please explain why we have 17 point something atmospheric pressure at the ground, and the higher we go up, the lower the pressure gets. How do you explain that if we are in a closed container? That would never fucking happen.
Oh, dude, don't you know that the fake the instrumentation? Everybody's in on it. You get that? Mandy. When comets come crashing down to Earth and hit the planet, and we're able to go over and get that and put it in a museum, what did that do to the dome? Is that a piece of the dome breaking off? You're like, oh yeah, I never thought of it that way. That's exactly what that is. It's the dome breaking off. It is top of the hour. It's true. I can hear the clock.
I'm back.
Cheers, Cyber. I'm still eating.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody.
Hell yeah. Oh boy, this video is probably not going to stay up too much longer on YouTube. 10 times experts lied about COVID. Huh.
Let's get to Libya and this amazing Reuters article, which Reuters doing the Lord's work of propaganda. I bet not a lot of people know that the Lord is big into propaganda. The Lord, does he love propaganda? I mean she, I mean they, I mean
whoever.
Something. Formerly known as the Gender X. Oh wait, now that's Twitter. Wouldn't it be great if Twitter renamed itself X because it was heavily slanted towards Malcolm X and his preachings? Just everything coming out of X was Malcolm X speeches cut into tweet-sized bites. They're wonderful. All right, so Libya. You guys probably know the first part of this, which is
Justin,
Libya
you're funny.
has just been fucking destroyed by flooding. Tens of thousands, possibly well over 10,000 dead. The bodies washing up on the shore. It's just horrific on every level. Now part of that is being covered, right? Your mainstream media will tell you there has been horrible flooding in Libya. That part they'll tell you. And here's a Reuters article that says the floods. What caused them and why are they so bad? And because I know so many of you are so smart in this stuff, what things do you think this Reuters article
You do believe that you believe?
not say
Mandy, I love you.
or had an impact on these floods and how atrocious they were? Two big things that Reuters leaves out of their analysis of these floods, what caused them and why they were so bad. Because you can have floods in some areas where people survive. So it's not, there's two questions. What causes the floods and what causes the floods to be so horrific in terms of the damage they do. And for example, as you recall, in Indonesia, over 200,000 people died or something from tsunamis in Indonesia. Now, if those tsunamis had hit Los Angeles, you would have had a lot of people die, but it probably would have been in like the single digits of thousands. It probably would have been a few thousand as opposed to 200,000 because it's a completely different infrastructure. In Los Angeles, everything's built out of, brick and stone and cement and everything. In a lot of Indonesia, things were built out of wood and there were even thatched huts and things like that. So infrastructure plays a huge role in how many die from floods and natural disasters. But okay, the Libya floods. Here's what they say as to cause them. The catastrophic flood has killed thousands of people in eastern Libya, city of Derna, sweeping away entire neighborhoods, residents, and washing many bodies out to sea. Thousands of people are missing. The mayor there says, told a broadcaster there could be as many as 18 to 20,000 dead based on the number of districts hit. Throughout this entire article, there is no mention of climate change, climate crisis, or global warming. None whatsoever. They say there was a storm called Daniel that hit Libya. End of story. Nothing more to see here. Storm called Daniel. No climate crisis, no climate change, no global warming. Beyond that, there is zero mention of the U.S., France, NATO invasion that wrecked Libya, has caused gut-wrenching poverty throughout that country, has left it with completely destroyed infrastructure, competing warlords, open-air slavery, just horrific conditions, compared to Libya was once back under Gaddafi. And this doesn't mean he was a perfect guy, but back under Gaddafi, Libya was the most advanced country in Africa, one of the most advanced. There was roughly zero poverty because everyone was guaranteed a certain living standard. They were people who got married were guaranteed housing and things like that. People who wanted to be farmers were guaranteed equipment and stuff like that. You could take out loans in Libya for 0% interest to facilitate starting businesses and stuff. All of this was under Gaddafi. The U.S. went in, raided the place, destroyed it. He's killed in the streets. And let's go a little further into why that is. Although, actually, we'll take a quick sidestep here. For any of you out there who are still confused, even slightly confused about climate crisis, climate emergency, and everything else. And I get about an email every 3 days from someone who goes, Lee, you're so good at digging under this stuff and trying to figure it out. But why have you been misled on climate crisis? Why do you not understand that it's fake? I'm sorry, folks, but in everything, I listen to the facts, the scientists. I don't listen to mainstream media. I listen to amazing journalists that I have learned to trust over many years. But here is from this is Inside
Mandy,
Climate
you want me
News,
to bring you
but
dinner?
that's not who they're going to be quoting. A 2013
Buck
study found that
Biden.
some
Buck
97%
Biden.
of peer-reviewed research on climate change was in agreement. 97% of peer-reviewed, and obviously peer-reviewed matters a lot, because peer-reviewed means you couldn't just be bought off. There are scientists who are absolutely bought off. There are scientists who would take $5,000 to sign anything you put in front of them that says climate change is a hoax. They don't care. Oil companies, doesn't matter. Those people exist. This is a fucked up world. Those people exist. So without peer-reviewed, you kind of got nothing. 97% of peer-reviewed research on climate change was in agreement. Rapid climate change is happening beyond what you would consider, what would be considered resulting from natural causes, and humans are largely responsible. In 2021, though, that's not the end of it, though. That's just one. In 2021, another study, this one published in the Journal of Environmental Research Letters, analyzed 88,000 peer-reviewed studies. 88,000 studies on climate change, and found that a jaw-dropping 99.9% of them came to the same conclusion. Climate change is happening, and it's largely man-made, human-made. 99.9% of 88,000 peer-reviewed studies. And whenever you have people who try and say that climate change is a hoax or is wrong or whatever, they always go, look, this thing has been signed by 1,000 scientists saying it's not real or it's wrong or something. 1,000 scientists. Do you know how many millions of scientists there are around the world? So unless you have peer-reviewed, it doesn't fucking matter. 1,000 scientists is nothing. It's actually amazing they couldn't find more than that. That you couldn't buy off more than that. There are millions of scientists, and you couldn't buy off more than 1,000? That's actually pathetic. That's actually really sad. But when you look at peer-reviewed scientific studies, 99.9% of 88,000 reviewed all agree. So, and by the way, this is the most studied thing ever in the history of humanity. To continue from this article, it's important to note that the scientific process that governs climate science and any other academic science is founded in debate and skepticism, involving a peer review process in which experts in the field evaluate the research of their colleagues, attempt to recreate the results in their of the experiments, and seek to poke holes in the methodology. That's what peer
I don't know how to
review is.
assign mods.
You try to show that it's incorrect. You try to recreate it and see if it can be recreated. You actually try and prove it's false. That's what a peer review is. In that sense, the article continues, not only have climate models been extensively evaluated over the decades, but, quote, climate science is the most rigorously tested science of all history at this point. And that makes sense that it would be, because yes, there are scientists around the world, and they're all studying a million different things, but there's very little that is impacting all of us, like, at the same time. So one nation may be studying something that impacts them, but climate crisis is the entire world. So you have scientists around the world all looking at this same topic, and 99.9% of peer-reviewed journals say the same thing. It's amazing to me that even with, I know that a lot of the shit, the bots that attack me and stuff is paid for by big oil. I know a lot of it is not genuine human beings. But even with that shit, it's amazing anyone still falls for this garbage. And the idea that you're like, boy, Lee, you really are good at digging into the truth and finding the truth. But why is it you don't lick the ass of oil companies when it comes to climate
He's got such a way with words.
Boy, Lee, why is it you don't just bow down to the largest, most polluting, most disgusting entities on this world stage and high-five them on this one topic? What? What are you talking about? All right, so to go back to Libya, so why was it that the U.S., NATO, and France, and there's kind of some other reasons for France, which I've gotten into in the past, but at the moment, I'm going to get into how the UK has been enjoying the destruction of Libya. This was just published last year. 11 years after toppling Gaddafi, the UK gets Libya's oil. BP controls exploration areas in Libya, covering nearly 3 times the size of Wales. UK company Petrofac would be more appropriate, convicted of bribery last year, has secured a new oil contract. I love how they're convicted of bribery and then they're like, let's give them another one. And sponsored new contract in Libya and sponsored the British Embassy there. UK is combining its interest in accessing Libya's oil with increasing military involvement. British officials have long sought to profit from oil in Libya, which contains 48 billion barrels of reserves, the largest oil reserves in Africa. BP is one of the few foreign oil and gas companies with exploration and production licenses in Libya. Its assets there were nationalized under Gaddafi. So, is that a reason that these countries might not like Gaddafi? He took the things they were making a lot of money from, and he said, hey, that money's not going to go to you. That money's actually going to go to the Libyan people. Do you think that upset the West? Upset France and the UK and the US and NATO countries. After years of tensions between the two countries, though, Prime Minister Tony Blair met Gaddafi in 2004 and agreed on a deal in the desert which included $900 million of exploration and production in Libya's oil region. BP re-entered the country in 2007, but its operations were scuppered, sounds like a British word to me, by the War of 2011 when British, French, and U.S. forces, with the support of Qatar and Islamic militants, overthrew Gaddafi. Terrorism and civil war subsequently engulfed the country, and oil company operations were put on hold. So you may ask the question, if Gaddafi ultimately did cave to doing a deal with the UK on some of this oil, why would Western states still invade? Well, first of all those other reasons I gave you earlier about Gaddafi making a socialist state, but Gaddafi was also, behind their backs, trying to get off the US dollar, trying to create an African currency called the gold dinar, and also he was getting outside of the US banking controls. The moment that his government fell, like before he was even stabbed in the streets, like the second his government fell, they created a new central bank in Libya that was tied in to the SWIFT system, into the US government. And as Knight Rider in the chat just reminded us,
Knight Rider,
when she was asked about it, said, ha ha ha, we came, we saw, he died.
He died.
And talking about killing Gaddafi.
I got a back for my SG. Never had a back on it, where the electronics are.
Nice.
But it's a left-handed guitar, so the back is reversed. So I'm gonna have to see if it'll fit on there backwards. I don't think it will, but it came with screws. It's so cool it came with screws. Let's just see. So they've got plastic on here. This is obviously the way that it would go. That doesn't even fit.
Oh, that's what you meant with a bag. I thought you meant a fucking bag to carrying in it. I wouldn't understand why you would fucking buy a bag instead of a case.
Oh my god, it fits. Fucking A, dude. The screws line up backwards and everything. It looks like...
Nice.
God, I hope that's
not...
Yeah,
but I guess the counter sunk on one side, right?
Yeah. There's plastic. I think there's plastic on just the one side. Yeah, they're countersunk on the wrong side for sure. But they line up backwards, so I'd get a back, bro. It's totally gonna work, and all the holes line up. I got my little mini screwdriver. Now, I thought there might be a black, like a piece of plastic on here that comes off. It looks like it's got that on the front to peel it off, but...
Yeah, they usually come with a little protection layer. Yeah.
I see, like... Yeah. Or no. No, I guess not. No, I guess there's nothing on here. My dog's ear is bothering him again. Rogie. I don't know where he is. I can hear him. Okay, I'm just... Oh, no, I guess this is cool. I'm just going to put it in there. I don't think there's plastic on there. I couldn't find any, and it looks fine. I mean, it's the back of the guitar. It's just for protection, really. Come on now. can't even get one started. Let's try it like this. Here we go. Hey. I got one in there. That one lined up. Wow, that's so cool, man. I've ever since I bought this thing, I never had a back to it. I'm thinking this one's lining up too. Yep. Holy shit. There he is. Rogie. No, don't scratch your ear. It's his other ear is bothering him now. Okay. The original one. Alright, I'm just going to put these down just to the right level. I don't want to overdo this. Oops. Oops. So they only go so far. Let me just see. Oh shit, that's fine. On the back. So I wonder if I can route those down and make the countersink.
Oh yeah, you can if you have a little hand router, for sure. And a little a Dremel tool.
Oh my fucking Dremel. Fuck. That would be cool. I could take this to a luthier and have a luthier do it for me. That would be easy. I fucking do that shit all the time of it. Alright, that was cool, man. That's cool. I mean, if I pulled the plate back off of there and I just took it totally off and just ran the screws all the way down into each hole, that would probably do it. It would route it. It probably, those screws would probably. No, it gets that bevel.
No, I don't think so.
It would stop at the bevel, yeah, because there's no more thread left.
No.
It wouldn't draw in. So, yeah, that's not gonna work like that.
And you will also probably just
break the plastic.
Make a crack in the plastic.
Yeah, I agree.
I done that on the rings around the guitar pops. Sometimes I changed the pops and I screwed the rings in too tight and I got a crack on the Jackson.
Now it's a Craxon.
It's a Craxon.
Get out of here with that 911.
Yeah, where did you buy the StewMac?
Get out of here with that 911 bullshit. Where did I get the what at?
The backplate.
Oh, Reverb or something.
Okay. Roger. Reverb is good. StewMac is good also. That's kind of like a parts store for guitar parts that basically have everything you need. It's a good quality.
I gotta go clean Rogan's ear. I'll be right back. I can't believe somebody put this huge chat in here. I don't know, it's just a copy pasta or something. Put a big, I don't know. It's weird. Nay, play us some tunes. Where's my grandpa? I think grandpa's here.
Hey, Grandpa.
I don't know, I'm just saying there's 26 people in Rumble. I don't see him. Look for that blood red grandpa name. Nope. Hoax for folks. Hi. How's it going, Hoax? Should I let the cat out the window and go outside?
You're not gonna play guitar?
Guitar? No, I was gonna do a bong rip with you.
Okay, I want that to go on.
I was opting for a bong rip over a guitar.
Alright. I am ready.
Harley does not want to go outside. Okay. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, everyone. No law, you're going to get him.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, Billy.
What's the topic? I get overlooked now that my chat don't play through the speaker, says Justin. If you let the cat out, make sure the neighbors aren't crazy. My pups are playing What Did You Think Was Nay Lol, they are Bostons. I thought they were American bullies. I thought the one was a bully. I thought the other one looked like a Frenchie. They're so fucking cute. They're little beezles. I flew for work, but I'm gonna join you if you have a show tonight. It's Josh G. Crazy neighbors. Cat traps? Wolfie crazy. You seem lethargic. I seem lethargic. Cheers. I'm going to reshare and see if it helps. It's later now. Mandy dabs up. Justin Nay has so many chats open, he probably just missed it. Throw it back in. He reads them all. 36. I'm waiting for him to send me the link so I can go live with him. That's my bad. What now? You want to go outside? Or do I have to feed you? You want to go outside? Okay, go outside. Come on. Go. Fly, fly, fly. Fly, little bird. Fly, fly, fly. Fly away. Fly, fly, fly. Fly, fly. Fly, little bird. Fly, fly, fly. Spoken like a true serial killer. Okay, every little bit helps. Justin says I'm being racist against him. Dude, let me just put it. I've been live for 4 hours, bro. I just don't have the energy for you. All right? Is that cool? Is that fair?
That's fair.
the girls, yeah, all the girls. You know, that's my fear. You got me. Really? You're still bothering you, buddy? I just cleaned it, dude. Both ears today, man. What is it with you? I need to give you your pill, don't I? God bless America. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Alright, you guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. Cyber, thank you.
Anytime, bro.
Alright, you guys all take care and have a good evening, and maybe I'll see you tonight for a night show. I'm not telling. Bye, guys. That's funny. She's like, she says, do you think baiting Nay is... She said, do you think baiting Nay is going to get your way? He says, I know it won't work. He's gonna be. He's like he's promoting himself. He's like, I'll be on tonight's show. Tune in, Justin.
That's funny.
He obviously feels like he's got something to really add to what I've already offered.
Very important.
Yeah. You're going to improve the quality of my broadcast with him being on it. He's like, I play guitar. Yeah, so does Cyber, bro. Well, you ain't got nothing. We both play guitar. Well, that doesn't mean anything. I don't even want to play guitar. You're so funny. That was strike one. You want to keep going? We can play together. Strike two. Next. This is going to be quick, bro. I have a feeling this is going to go real quick. I'm in a 15 quarter 2 video. Come on, Justin, let's go. 3 and a 15-2. Come on, Justin. What else you got? He's like, my dick might be bigger. I might be able to bring something more to the table. And with that, I end the show. Thank you. You lose, Justin. Bye, everybody.